One sec, I'll get back. I'll Poker Folk VGC tournament. Okay, hello, hello. Okay. So, yeah. Maybe it's the distance.
Maybe it's a distance. You reckon? Let's go. Test. Test. Test.
Sorry. Okay, yes, sure. Yeah. Hello, hello, hello.
Test. Yeah. So if I keep going. Yep. Alright. Is this all good to go? Ooh. Alright, let's see how it goes. Test, test, test. 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 Nothing. Oh. Test again. Test. Okay. Test. Still there. It's gone. Yep, yep. Test. Okay. Test. 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 Still going? No. Go. Again. Still going. Nice, nice. Test. Oh. Boil it. What if we move the string? No. Yeah.
Work.
Oh, sound effects. Yeah. She'll be good, I reckon. Nice. This is the corner. Let's give it a crack. Does it work? Alright, so we're good to go. Alright. For those of you tuning in, we were just setting up our audio mid-game of round 1 of the tournament. So, what you're watching right now is Josh Roberts versus Nikhila Watson in round 2 of today's Premier Challenge in Sydney. First one in a couple hundred days. Yeah, so on the bottom, pretty sure if I read this team sheet down, we've got Josh with his Ogopon, and then on the other side, we've got Nikhila with her Signature. So, pretty solid setup, I'd say. It's hard to kind of suss out the game once we've just got into it midway, but judging by the looks of things, yeah, I reckon Josh has quite a nice spot after getting his terror in and going for straight offensive damage right now. Alright. So you should also note that despite this being round 2, I believe both players are 0-1 right now in the tournament. So yeah, the winning in for Top Cut's going to be spicy today. Another thing to note is, yeah, while both players are playing right now, very hard, for me at least, to see who's got the upper hand, but judging by things on Josh's side, it looks like he's got the speed control and he's got the offensive pressure with his Ogopon. So, starting off regulation, he's definitely making use of the new Pokemon available. Yeah, but the Sinistcha on the other side, still showing that he's got some left into it. Also see on the screen that the Sinistcha's got a Citrus Berry, so that was on Nikhila's side, and basically the way we see this game going out right now, judging from what's happened, is that Josh has a pretty good spot with his Ogopon. I mean, repeated that a lot, but Nikhila's still able to pressure the other side of that Sableye using Quash, and it's pretty hard, I would say at least, for Nikhila to start picking up knockouts because both the Signature and the Sableye are fairly passive in this game. Whereas the speed control plus the Ogerpon's damage output is just so high. We did just see that the Sableye did drop, so Nikhila is down a Pokemon right now, but and yeah, this is looking very good for Josh right now. Alright. So yeah, we just saw Josh take round 1, or game 1 of round 2. So, apologies for the questionable commentary. I've literally just started mid-game, so a bit dodgy here and there. But yeah, we're about to go into round 2 now, of Josh versus Nikhila. Alright. If you're wondering where the stream is set up today, it's actually set up next to a toilet. It's very nice. Alright. Now we're entering round 2. Or game 2. Alright. Looks like Josh is picking out his team. And we're about to head into game 2. Alright. So on the screen here, we've got Josh on the left hand side with that Ogerpon again, and Nikhila on the right hand with her Mono Ghost team, yeah. It's definitely big variation going on. Josh looks like he has more of a standard built up team. Nikhila looks like she's going for the Ghost Spice today. So not too bad. Compared to the game 1, we'll see how things change up. I definitely think for Josh's side, the Ogerpon's very threatening, and the Flutter Mane, since the Ghost hits the other Ghost types. The Urshifu is also a big one. That is a very scary monkey. But yeah, I think that her Annihilate and the Sableye. It's not too bad positioning right now for the Ogerpon and the Tornadus back out again. And that last time did a lot of pressure to Nikhila's side of the field, so wouldn't say that's the best to have against, but that Sableye does have access to a lot of moves, one of those being the Quash, can be very good, and that Willow with halving damage, so not too bad there. The Annihilate, from what I can see here, a Choice Scarf variant, so no bulk up of any sorts here, but that final Gambit, so if it chooses to, it can just take out that Annihilate via, it can take out the Ogerpon first turn. But yeah, none of that, first turn protect. We're now going to see what happens now. Tornadus is in a pretty good spot, I would say, to just start sending off Liquid Storms. The Ogerpon does, in a sense, feel threatened by the Final Gambit, but Final Gambit works based on HP, so if there's less HP left for the Annihilate, then the chances of it working are incredibly low. So Josh could just go for offensive damage here, but from what I think we're seeing, he's going to switch out, maybe thinking that Final Gambit might hit and end up dealing too much damage. Yep, here comes the switch, and there is the Urshifu actually. Very spicy. And he predicts a Quash into that slot, even spicier. Ah, Bleeding Storm, yeah. That Final Gambit is going to do considerably better. Still not much better. actually. Alright, so now that we're back into things here, just having a few audio problems still. We're seeing that Josh definitely has the upper hand right now. He's up 4 Pokemon. He's a Shifu who has taken a bit of damage, but the dark typing he has definitely pressures Nikhila's entire side of the field, especially with the wicked blows and sucker punches. What we might see again is a terrifying, and then we might just see a wicked blow into that spot since the quash doesn't affect the Shifu since it's the dark type itself. Yep. Josh in a very good spot with 4 Pokemon up. Alright. Now we'll see Zero Edge on the other side of the field. Definitely a bit susceptible to Wicked Blow, but not too bad. Especially if it terrestrializes. I'm really hoping I didn't miss an early first turn Terra, because that would suck, but I don't think either side of the field have Terra yet. But I think right now what we're about to see is Josh going through his own terrestrialization. And I think it's going to Wicked Blow the Zero Edge, which looks like it makes sense. But judging from the team sheet from Nikhila, she may even Terra her own Zero Edge into its grass form. And yeah, that would definitely eat up the Wicked Blow. See what happens. What? No Terra. This is looking very spicy indeed. That Wicked Blow might just knock out. Willow whipped into the Tornadus. Here we go. Does the Wicked Blow knock out? Take your bet. I reckon it does. Ah, it does. Yeah, that did a lot of damage. Oh, speaking of which, someone's cooking real food in here. Is that curry? Oh, no, it's not curry. It's Porto. But yeah, now Nikhila's only got the Sableye left, so this is very tricky to get out of this position. I don't think there's enough offensive pressure there from the Sableye, so this may just be a 2-0 clean up from Josh. Yeah, it looks like based off this Wicked Blow should be able to knock out. So, might have been late to the first part of the round, but judging from what I've seen, Josh has definitely set himself up in a very good spot, which is very nice. So this should put his record up at 1-1, and I think for today's tournament, it's 6 rounds of Swiss with a top 8 cut, 30 championship points up for grabs, and a massive prize pool. I'd like to also note on the record for the stream, for anyone tuning in at home, that there are 50 competitors today, which I believe outdoes Perth Regionals in 2019 and 18. Yeah, Sydney's moving up. Yeah. But I think someone's in the box. I think someone's in it. Once again, a lot of apologies. The stream setup could not be placed in the right spot. The original place for the stream was a garage or a car park in Sydney. It's actually like 10 meters away. The current setup right now is just outside the toilet, so there have been a lot of toilet visitors. And yeah, commentating over someone in a toilet is very awkward. Yeah, definitely not the thing you want to be hearing while you're occupying the lavatory. But regardless, we'll be starting out round 3 very soon. We're just tidying up team sheets now, and then when we get to it, we'll be back in the loop. Alright, catch you in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, yep.
I'm stealing your streaming chair. Just let me know when you're moving.
Alright. Alright, testing. Yep, test. Testing. Test. Testing. Nothing. Sometimes it disconnects.
Yeah, hello? Yeah, hello? Yeah, my mic monitor's high. Okay, no worries. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, we're good.
Alright. Alright. No. Everything works well. Alright, sweet. Alright. Welcome back to round 3 of this month's Premier Challenge. In this round, we've got Henry, Rich, also known as Hobbit, against Mitch Kendrick, or Mitch VGC, or Kendrick. I forgot whose names are whose. But yeah, basically, I believe, or I'm pretty sure, yeah, let me just double check. But both players are 2-0 right now, looking to go 3-0 in this tournament. Just to refresh you all, it is a 6-round Swiss tournament with a top 8 cut, and 30 championship points are on the line for this Premier Challenge. Another thing to note is for this tournament, current time, it's 2:20 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. We've just gone through a cheeky daylight savings, so we all lost an hour of sleep, which was shockingly bad. Yeah, and we're at round 3 right now, so... Oh no, we're going to be here till like 8 p.m. Oh no. Yeah, but as we can see right now, we're just about to hop into things. On the screen right now, being streamed, I believe is Mitch's team, which is the Mungus, Ogerpon, Fluttermane, Ironhands, Landorus, and Tornadus. And on Henry's side of the field, he will have an Ironhands, Sinistcha, Tornadus, Landorus, Fluttermane, and Ogerpon. So, if you look at both sides of the cookie right now, they both have the Ogerpon in common. To be specific for both of their Ogerpons, it is the Hearth Flame form, which does give it access to that Mold Breaker ability, which for those that don't know what Mold Breaker is, it essentially bypasses other Pokemon's abilities. So the move it has, Ivy Cudgel, which is a Fire-type move in this form, can hit Heatran for free despite the Flash Fire. So yeah, free real estate. The other one they have in common is the Landorus and Tornadus, both of them running Landorus Therian, both of them running Choice Scarf, both of them running Rock Slide. So they both have quite a spicy pairing in common. And they have the Tornadus Incarnate in common. Literally, hold on, they are getting set. Very nice. Yeah, they're basically running the same sort of Tornadus here. The Tailwind, Bleak Wind, Storm, Sunny Day Protect with a Mental Herb. And their Fluttermanes are identical as well. Spec, Moonblast, Dazzling Gleam, Shadow Ball, and Power Gem. So, now that we're about to head into things, the only big distinguishing factor between them both is one has a Mungus, the other one has Iron Hands, and Henry has the Sinistcha. Yeah. So now that we're about to hop in, we see that both players have led Fluttermane Tornadus. You know, solid leads, nothing too spicy. since they're basically the same sets as well, we don't know what's going to happen. Bottom screen is Mitch. Yeah, he looks like he's going to opt for potential Dazzling Gleam Moonblast, probably weighing up the options of whether he would Terrestrialize and use a hard-hitting Fairy Time move. The other thing is we have to consider what Henry's thinking of, and if they're both essentially running the same team with very identical moves to each other, it just comes down to who's going to play this game better opposed to the other person. So, yep, here we go. Terrestrialization coming out from Mitch's field, I believe. And it is that Terra Fairy, it's no defensive Terra Water. And he's just going to go for the Sunny Day, which does boost the photosynthesis for special attack. But that also does boost Henry's Flutter Mane. So now, if Henry goes for a hard-hitting Moonblast himself, that will do a tremendous amount of damage. And Henry does not opt for the Sunny Day of his own with his Tornadus, and it looks like he's just going for straight offensive damage with a Dazzling Gleam, which does insane damage to both of Mitch's Pokemon, bringing him down to half a both, but in exchange he does knock out Henry's Flutter Mane. So, not too bad of a trade-off for Mitch right now. He is up 4 Pokemon. He does have access to Tailwind, and especially if he sets up Tailwind after defense, he's pretty much golden. The thing to note here is that Landorus is out, and it is Choice Scarf. So, and it's also in Tailwind. So yeah, it's definitely outspeeding a few Pokemon here and there. But yeah, what we can see now is Mitch has decided to switch out his Flutter Mane, probably thinking of Rock Slide's coming out, also get a free Intimidate drop on that Landorus, and he'll probably set up his own Tailwind here, I assume. If not, that will be very, very spicy. So, yep. Henry now going Terra Rock with his Landorus. That is very, very new. I haven't seen a Terra Rock in a very long time, if not forever, which means he's probably going for that Rock Slide actually, and he does go for it. With the Intimidate, it's probably not going to matter too much since it picks up the Tornado. So that is going very good for Mitch right now, but Henry is getting a bit of positioning in. Despite losing the Tornadus, Mitch is now able to get his Ogerpon in. He might be a bit worried about the Rock Slide since it's super effective on the Fire type, but I suspect if he brings a Flutter Mane in, it may not survive the Terra Rock. So yeah, I think Mitch is forced to bring in the Ogerpon here and see how that goes. It's good to know that since Henry terrestrializing for Rock type, Stomping Tantrum is actually super effective on the Landorus now, which could be very interesting damage-wise, and I think Mitch is now really deciding whether he wants to go for that or deal some big damage to the Tornadus, but is definitely considering that Landorus as a threat right now. So Henry here playing a bit passively, protecting the Tornadus, trying to preserve it, maybe anticipating a Rock Slide or a double up with Ivy Cudgel. So that Rock Slide coming out from the opposing Landorus doing heaps of damage to both the Landorus and Ogerpon, bringing it almost down. Rock Slide from Mitch's side, dealing a bit of chip. That Horn Leech targets Landorus correctly and gets a bit of health back, which is very good for Mitch right now. So yeah, this means that Mitch is up 3 Pokemon, Henry only up 2, and I believe Henry's Tailwind expires at the end of next turn. But Henry is still in a good spot right now where he has access to Bleakwind Storm that can deal heaps of damage to that Ogerpon, even knock it out of that range, and then his own Ogerpon is very strong in itself. So right now, I think for Mitch the biggest threat is probably that Tornadus getting Tailwind back up, because he does have his Flutter Mane in the back still and it is looking very strong. But for Henry, he needs to really position himself so that he can start picking up these pieces and then getting ready for the second round, second game of this tournament. This is where Mitch rock slides Ivy Cudgels and knocks out the Tornadus. But now Henry, with his own Ogerpon, is able to get 3 damage into one of his slots and targets the Ogerpon himself and gets a knockout. So, it looks like, in my opinion at least, that Mitch has the upper hand. He may have very low health Pokemon, but I think that with the Ogerpon only able to target one at a time and the Choice Scarf Landorus, a Rock Slide from that range would probably knock out, and a Shadow Ball in the stun, or even a Power Gem, yeah, since he has it, will probably knock out the Ogerpon too. And here comes the Rock Slide, and it does knock out. Single target, hasn't been intimidated. So yeah, round 1 goes to Mitch. Very similar matchups or Pokemon used in this game. I think they both brought Ogerpon, Fluttermane, Landorus, and Tornadus. Yeah, hold on. They all brought the same Pokemon. Yeah. It's just a bit of field position that it came down to. Not sure if the Pokemon speed tie. I believe, just judging by the team sheets I'm reading, since I've got the Cheeky Masters copy, that Henry's Ogerpon was slower than Mitch's. Or maybe it isn't. Maybe it is. Hold on. Nah, it is slower. But yeah, we're now entering game 2 of round 3. Very important here that I think Henry considers what the big threats are, whether Mitch leads the same Pokemon or not, because that first turn with the Fluttermane and the Tornadus definitely set how the battle went. The first turn knockout from Henry, definitely, or was it from Henry? No. First turn knockout from Mitch definitely set how the game went. Henry losing his Fluttermane was definitely big, I would say, especially since it's very offensive. But here we are, game 2. Hoping for a bit of a switch up. Henry plays his cards right. He'll be entering game 3. Thought I'd give a bit of a rundown of both players while we're waiting for the lock-in moves. Both players are arguably the best Sydney players around, so definitely a steep tournament for 30 championship points. Yeah. I guess whoever wins this is closer to getting their ticket to World in Hawaii this year. But it's also very good practice with the upcoming Brisbane Regionals, which will be very big in terms of championship points, since the winner gets an auto Day 1 invite to Worlds, I believe, and second place. Double check that. But yeah, here we are, entering game 2, and Henry leads. Same again, Tornadus Fluttermane, and so does Mitch. Yeah, they both love their Tornadus Fluttermane. I mean, saying goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I reckon it's not broken. Well, I mean, it's broken. Like, not broken in that sense, but in the sense that, like, you know, now both players have to kind of adapt to the situation. Do they repeat what they did last game? I mean, Mitch went pretty well. Terra Moonblast into that Fluttermane, easy knockout. But the same could be said for Henry if he just follows up with that and decides to Terra Moonblast into Mitch's own Fluttermane. Yeah, that would definitely do a lot of damage. And yeah, here we are, about to find out what's going on. Henry just going for a standard Tailwind, no Trash Rising from Mitch either. Henry opts for just a regular Dazzling Gleam, nothing special. Mitch replies back, Dazzling Gleam as well. Interestingly enough, Mitch did not go for the Tailwind of his own. He went for a Bleakwind Storm and gets a speed drop on both. Yeah, that's not good, because now the game's completely twisted. Mitch can get a Tailwind off, and then if he decides to Terrestrialize and Dazzling Gleam, that would do a heap of damage. That would be very, very bad. At the same time, Henry's own Fluttermane can Terrestrialize and go for Dazzling Gleam. and that may knock out the other flutter main, but Henry's just opting to switch out, potentially predicting a Dazzling Gleam from Mitch's own flutter main, but it is a bit risky because Mitch could have went for Bleak Wind Storm, and he didn't go for Bleak Wind Storm, kind of forced to match Tailwinds before it's too late. Dazzling Gleam though coming out knocks out the Tornadus. So, I mean, Mitch is in a very commanding spot right now. You could almost say that Henry got a free open on switch in. But now he has to start sorting out that Tornadus, because that is scary. And Landorus is a good way to sort out a scary Tornadus. That Choice Scarf making it extra fast is very, very good. If Henry decides to Terrestrialize here and go for a Rock Slide, he's looking at getting 2 knockouts. Mitch definitely needs to consider this very well because the Scarf Landorus is dangerous. But Henry here is just free to deal out damage, and since none of the Pokemon in Mitch's side have Wild Guard, it's probably free for Henry to just Rock Slide, Dazzling Gleam and just start dealing massive amounts of damage, which will probably set the tone of Game 2 here. Here we are. Mitch is Terrestrializing. Oh, not Mitch. Henry is. Is that Henry? Hold on. Yeah, it is Henry. He does Terrestrialize. He gets the attack boost from the Embody aspect, so he loses the Mod Breaker. Didn't Terrestrialize his Landorus for the Rock typing, but still going for Rock Slide nonetheless. So if he knocks out the Flutter Main, he's in a good spot. But it doesn't. If he flinches though, and he doesn't, it would have been good. But yeah, that Dazzling Gleam did do a lot to that Landorus, almost bringing it down to the red, and the Ivy Cudgel just finishing off the Flutter Main. Yeah, now that the board is somewhat Mitch has access to his own Landorus he can bring out, and unlike Mitch's Landorus, Henry's one will be intimidated now, which means Mitch can start launching Rock Slides, and from that range, Rock Slide may actually knock out the Ogerpon, which is not good. And the only thing that can eat up the Rock Slide in the back of Henry is the Flutter Main, but it's already taken damage, and I don't think it will survive another Rock Slide after that. So Mitch is in a very good spot here. He has a lot of pressure that he can apply. Henry needs to consider who the biggest threat here is, and in my opinion, it is the Landorus right now. It's not intimidated. Its Rock Slide is huge, but it doesn't go for Rock Slide, just a Stomping Tantrum, which knocks out the Ogerpon, which is very big now because Henry can't reset his own Landorus to neutral. It's stuck in at -1, and now that his own Landorus crits the Ogerpon here, so that could have been disastrous for Mitch, but no, Mitch can still switch out. That's what I was getting at. And now that Henry's own Tailwind is basically over, Mitch can just clean up here, and he hasn't even had to Terrestrialize, but I think he will Terrestrialize here just for a bit of a flex, you know, maybe guarantee a cheeky knockout. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that Henry may not outspeed here just because Mitch still has the Tailwind on. And that Ogerpon should be fast, and here it is. Stomping Tantrum into the Flutter Main, knocks it out. And unless that Landorus magically outspeeds, I think the Ivy Cudgel is a knockout into it, and it is, because Mitch set up his Tailwind on the second turn of the first part of the game, first turn. So, yeah, big congratulations to Mitch. Yeah, it looks like he's gone 3-0 now. 2-0 win, and Henry's now 2-1. So, once again, 6-round tournament. I think Mitch just needs to win up 2 more games to guarantee cut, and Henry needs to win up 3 more. But yeah, congratulations to both players for playing, and we'll probably start our round 4 in 15 to 20 minutes, or at about 3 o'clock Australian time, Eastern Standard Time. Alright, until then, I'll put it on break for now, and then we'll start our top cut games about start Top Cut at about 4:30, 5 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Alright, until then, bye bye. Test. Alright, sweet. Alright. Welcome back to the screen. We are about to start round 4, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we'll just wait for things to load up and then we'll be good to go. How much? Ooh. Yeah, should be live. Alright, I think we're just about to start now. Just setting up the switches. For those of you listening right now, this is round 4 of the tournament, and we have on stream Danijel, Zitko versus Vivek. I believe both players are currently 3-0 as well, maybe 2-1. I don't have access to their score sheets, but yeah, both players are still in the running to top cut, which is very, very, very good. And what we have is on the left side is Vivek with his Arm Rouge, DD, Landorus, Fluttermane, Roaring Moon, and Iron Hand. And then Danijel has his Fluttermane, Goldengo, Clefairy, Dragonite, Tornadus, and Landorus. So definitely a very unique team from Danijel. And you know what, judging by it, looks like it's got a bit of a mix of Regulation D and a bit of the Regulation E with that Clefairy coming out. But on the left side, Vivek sticking to a very standard looking team that would definitely make its way in Regulation D, even C, I think. Yeah, definitely it looks like it's a lot more Trick Room focused, and has a bit of strong offensive pressure with that Roaring Moon and that Fluttermane and Iron Hand. So looks like Vivek's team's ready to kind of rock and roll straight out of the get-go. But Danijel, looks like there's a bit more going on. Few spicy items here that you'll definitely see in the game. But yeah, I think we're just about to start. Daniel's just locking in. And yeah, we're off to the races now. Of round 4 of today's Premier Challenge in Sydney. Yep, here we go. About to start off. Wishing both players good luck in this tournament. Start things off, Danijel sends out his Goldengo Fluttermane, so double ghost types for Danijel, and Vivek responds with his Fluttermane and Landorus. So definitely, right off the bat, that Landorus already threatens a lot of offensive pressure with the Choice Scarf that it has, and it also has Stomping Tantrum, which will hit the Goldengo super effectively, and it would do a heap of damage to that Fluttermane. The Fluttermane on Vivek's side is your, standard run-of-the-mill specs Fluttermane, nice and fast as you like it. But on Vivek's side, a bit different. Definitely not the specs type. It's got a sash, I believe. Don't tell him I said that. And it's got Imprison and Trick Room, so a lot more focus on stopping Trick Room. I think Vivek has, prepared for. But yeah, he's prepared for that by not being Armor Reborn Deity first, which both have Trick Rooms. So here we are, starting it off. Danijel gets to Goldengo and goes for the Terra Water first turn, so eating up any potential Shadow Ball from Vivek, or the Stomping Tantrum, which look here, ate that up fairly nicely. That's like a 2-3 hit knockout at this stage. That critical hit does respond very well to Vivek. Deals a tremendous amount of damage with that Bling, but no, that Shadow Ball in response with that Stomping Tantrum is enough to defeat the Goldengo and knocks it out, even though it's Terrestrialized. So Daniel's lost his Terra, and he's lost his Goldengo. This is not good, I would say. Stomping Tantrum as well can still deal a tremendous amount of damage to that Fluttermane, but this might not be the worst for Danijel. He has his Landorus on the field right now. Very, very good. I would say even with that Landorus out, it may not be Scarf. It does have the Assault Vest. But this is the part where, Vivek needs to consider who's the biggest threat right now. The Cobra in the back. Is it Fluttermane or is it Landorus? Whereas Danijel now may need to play a bit more riskier to get a bit more board positioning, since he is down a Pokemon and he is down a Terra Pokemon too. So definitely not looking the best for him right now. But there's still a lot of room for him. He just got an Intimidate of the Landorus, so Vivek's Landorus is a bit more weakened. So that's not the Tantrum, it's still a 2-hit knockout. And yeah, that's insane damage. Danijel responds with the Shadow Ball into Vivek. Since Danijel isn't running the choice specs, he can change moves, and he does. Goes for Rock Slide, misses. Not good. That is not good. 90% accuracy, and it still misses. So that would have, you know what? I reckon it might have knocked out the Landorus. Oh, maybe not. You know what? A single target hasn't been intimidated. Good chance it knocks out, but the fact that he missed it is already bad enough. Indeedy coming out. It's great for Vivek here. He can get Trick Room set up. He can get redirection going. He can even, yeah, if he goes for Follow Me, he would be allowing his Landorus to evade a potential Dazzling Gleam. But he is Choice Scarfed as well, so he is faster. So in this circumstance, indeed he can go for Trick Room if he wanted to, or can start dealing damage with the Psychic. But here, I think Vivek looks like he's just going to go for redirection. Danijel looking to get the Dragonite out, realizing that the Landorus on Vivek's side is choice lost. No, the Indeedy does go for Protect, keeping it safe this turn, and the Stomping Tantrum, since it did target that Flutter Mane slot, does no damage here, which puts the puts Danijel in a very good spot, since that Stomping Tantrum affects no one on his side of the field right now. So with that, Vivek's now in a bit of a pickle here. He may still have his Terastallization option, but whether he sets up Trick Room is big here, since Dragonite now is threatening a bit of offensive pressure. And that Landorus has to switch out of Vivek's side because it's not doing anything. And depending on how Danijel calls this, if the Landorus is forced to switch, if he Earthquakes, that could be devastating for the Landorus. Here we are, Iron Hands in. The other Landorus does go for Earthquake here, so that's going to go and huge chunks of the Iron Hands. If that's yellow, if there's a double up into it, that could be disastrous. But just that spinner into the Indeedy, it survives, gets hurt by the Rocky Helmet, but now the Psychic terrain is gone. And that Dragonite does have access to extreme speed, so this could be really, really dangerous. So yeah, it looks like Danijel's kind of tipped the scales in his favour. It's a good thing to note as well that the Iron Hands is Terra Fire, so it will not be eating up those Earthquakes very well. And the Dragonite is in a focus, so it's immune to that Intimidate. So yeah, this is quite a pickle for Vivek. He had quite a very strong lead, getting the initial knockout on the Goldengo, but just the positioning here has unfortunately gotten him into a pickle. He's definitely considering what to do. Danijel may just get the extreme speed into the Iron Hand and then an Earthquake, but we'll see what happens here. Landorus is coming in, getting an Intimidate onto the opposing Landorus for Danijel. Doesn't affect Dragonite, as we said, but yeah, here's that extreme speed and it does get to the Iron Hand, which looks like it may just be a 2-hit knockout. Wild Charge does not do enough damage, and there's an Earthquake coming out, which there is, that is good. So yeah, right now, I think Danijel's managing to pull this back. Vivek does have his own Landorus in right now. Trick Room, I believe, is set up, which is not good for Vivek in this situation, since he is Choice Scarf. Another good thing to note as well is that Vivek's Landorus is terrifying, and Vivek hasn't used his Terastallization yet. His Indeedy is Terra Water, but in this circumstance it is a bit tricky for Vivek to position himself a bit better. Here we go, that's when it comes out. Into the Landorus, no Terastallization, Vivek, that is a knockout. That is not very good for Vivek, I would say. Could have Terastallized there, but being in focus, not getting affected by Intimidate, it just didn't do too much. And the Psychic's still not strong enough to knock it out. Landorus from Danijel goes for Earthquake, enough to knock out Indeedy, and it is. So yeah, game 1 goes to Danijel. Very, very strong game from him. First set was questionable. I mean, yeah, losing the Goldengo was not ideal, but I think it helped him with his field positioning, board positioning, kind of getting into the right spot. We're now probably going to head into game 2. And if we want to get to Game 3, Vivek is definitely going to have to play a bit more carefully and set himself up a lot stronger for this Game 2. One of the big things to note as well on Daniel's team is that his Flutter main does have access to Trick Room and Imprison. And since Vivek's team has Indeedee and Armor Rouge, which both have Trick Room and that expanding force, it's very difficult for Vivek to get both of those Pokemon in a position to start launching those expanding forces. So I'd say Vivek, he doesn't have his work cut out for him, but I'd say he's got a bit of a pickle to sort through, because this is quite a situation for him to get out of. The Goldengo is very threatening as well, which is why, obvious to why Vivek wanted to knock out the Goldengo as fast as possible, was that Make It Rain hits the Flutter Mane, hits the Landorus, Shadow Ball hits the Armor Rouge. It does a lot of damage here. But I think Vivek really considering his options here, trying to see what's the best way out of this. Danijel, on the other hand, he may just lead the same leads as well. I mean, maybe it was just one mistake on the first turn that caused him, that difference, losing the Goldengo. But if he positions himself a bit better this time, maybe he can lead the same and see how that goes. But now that we're getting into things, yeah, here we are. Danijel leads the Tornadus and the Landorus, double Genies, and Vivek leads his own Landorus and Flutter Mane. So right off the bat, Danijel, he's got that speed control. He's got the access to Tailwind. His Tornadus also has access to Icy Wind and Bleak and Storm, both, speed dropping moves. Yeah, so, I mean, straight away, Danijel, I'd say, has a bit of pressure with that Tailwind, especially if he has other Pokemon in the back, like his Dragonite, or the Goldengo, which can just launch Make It Rain. The Landorus he does have is Assault Vest, while Vivek's is Choice Scarf. And both Pokemon have been intimidated, so both Landoruses are at -1, and the Flutter Mane and the Tornadus too. But that Flutter Mane, since it is fast, it can start dealing out heaps of damage and can even potentially start getting knockouts if it chooses to. But as we're seeing right now, Vivek switches out his own Flutter Mane for Roaring Moon, potentially predicting ground type move of sorts, but his own Roaring Moon does have access to a bit of setup of its own. Not Tailwind, Dragon Dance, going through the spikes. Also allowing himself to position a bit better, because now here comes that Rock Slide, with a bit of chip to the Roaring Moon, and gets the flinch on Vivek's own Landorus. So, not the most fortunate. The Terra form on the Roaring Moon as well is terrifying, so pretty good to eat up, ground type moves, but in this circumstance, Icy Wind is scary, Rock Slide is very scary, and as I mentioned before, that Roaring Moon is a Dragon Dance set and not a Tailwind set, so Vivek can't really change the speed control for his entire team right now, which is looking the best, but he does have the Iron Hand in the back, which will help with setting up that Roaring Moon. So here we are. Vivek wanting to preserve the Landorus, brings in his Iron Hands. Big question is, does Danijel for this go for Earthquake on his turn since he's Assault Vested? Goes for Icy Wind, he does a good chunk of damage, but if that Earthquake comes out, that could be very deadly to both Pokemon. But no, just a Rock Slide, nothing too bad. Dragon Dance does come out though, so this is very big, resets the Icy Wind. So now that Roaring Moon is at neutral, but we also can see before to get the Photosynthesis move, so not too bad. Big thing to note here as well is that the Iron Hand does have access to Fake Out, but you ready for the plot twist? You ready? That Tornadus has a Covert Clone. I know, right? Big plot twist. So now it's a big question of who does Vivek go for Fake Out here in the underdoor, or does he just walk Tornadus? Right here, Danijel is in such a good spot that another Icy Wind. the remedy. Win. Comes out for Tornado. One. Alright. Might have had a few communication problems there. Headset kept on connecting, disconnecting. Modern technology. Alright. Yeah. Back into things. Danijel lost his Tornadus, but he has Dragon Knight out on the field, which is, I reckon it's pretty good trader because that Roaring Moon looks like it's in extreme speed range, which isn't the best for Vivek right now. The Iron Hands is also fairly threatened, I would say, by the Landorus in the back if it chooses to come back out. But we're getting a Transferization here from the Dragonite, which is on Daniel's side of the field, and it is terrifying. So if Vivek chose to Wild Charge here into that slot, that would do a heap of damage. Roaring Moon just protecting here. And now the Iron Hands coming out to deal a bit of pressure, make it rain coming out, hoping to pick up on the Roaring Moon, and doesn't cause that protect. But if that Dragonite does go for the Terra Blast into the Iron Hand, which it does here, it's going to do a lot of damage. And unless a Wild Charge is coming out to respond, this will be very threatening for the Iron Hands. Here comes the Wild Charge, but it goes into the Goldengos, so not the best looking situation here. The Dragonite and the Goldengo, that would just Intel when it just run out. So it's a big what if question right now if Extreme Speed comes out into either slot and whether it is enough to pick up. So here we are. Iron Hands out here. Vivek up 4 Pokemon. Danijel only up 3, but in a very good forward position right now. Another thing to note is that Dragonite is not banded and doesn't have any power boosting items. The only thing it does have is the Mirror Herb, which may not have activated yet, but depending on where target will do big damage. And here we are, that Goldengo, which is Choice Specs, just picks up on the Roaring Moon, and the Terra Blast doubling in into the Iron Hands, getting pretty clean knockout this turn. Alright, and it looks like Vivek is down on his last 2 Pokemon, which is the Flutter Mane and Landorus that he's forced to bring in. Depending on what moves Vivek chooses to go for, that Stomping Tantrum can definitely finish off that Goldengo at that range, but it would be a bit of a threat with the other Landorus in the back. Vivek does still have access to his Strategization, so he can theoretically go for a Terra, potential Dazzling Gleam with a Rock Slide, and maybe that's enough to pick up Goldengo, but at this stage we're not too sure how things will go. There is always Rock Slide flinching, I mean despite being frowned down upon, it's still valid I'd say. And here we are, Danijel switches out for his Landorus, getting an Intimidate in. This will help deal against Vivek's own Landorus. It's very nice. But if that Dragonite decides to go for damage here, and then goes for an Ice Spinner into that Landorus, that could be a potential knockout or a Terra Blast as well. So this could be a very, very, very dicey game for Vivek right now, depending on what he's opted for. The Rock Slide does come out, so Inner Focus prevents it from flinching, which is very, very, very nice. But the Dazzling Gleam comes out and it crits the Dragonite, and it knocks out. That is not good for Danijel. That's the opposite of good. That's bad. Yeah, that's very bad. That was a big. I'm not sure the Dragonite would have lived. Oh no, it would have lived. Or maybe. I mean, it is Choice Specs. It's got a bit of spice in it. But yeah, the Goldengo is out, and it is free to launch off some Make It Rains. It is Choice Specs, so it may knock out. So Vivek really needs that Inspired Flinching to kind of clutch back through this, because I'm certain Dazzling Gleam will not knock out at this range. Here we go. Dazzling Gleam picks up the Landorus. Brings Goldengo to red. Does he get the flinch? That is the big question. Ready? Flinch, 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 flinch. He gets the flinch. That is very, very disgusting. Oh my. He's going to game 3. You know what that means? It looks like I don't get home today. Because I've got to commentate game 3. You know what? I'm very happy for both players. Because this is it our first game 3? I think it is our first game 3 on stream. You know what? Maybe I need to eat a sandwich. But yeah. Gonna game 3 between Vivek and Danijel. So good changes from Vivek. Bit of cheeky RNG here and there. But yeah. Very keen to see how Danijel responds to this. And whether he's able to clean up the third game. Alright, now that we've seen a very good game 1 and game 2, this game 3 should be very spicy as well. Definitely going down to the wire here in round 4. Let me just think again, because this is round 4, it's a 6-round tournament, so if they're 4-0, or whoever wins becomes 4-0, I think that would be good. Yeah, no, this is kind of like a deciding game, in a sense. But yeah, Danijel, it looks like it's already locked in his moves, but Vivek taking a bit of time to contemplate. 50 seconds on the clock, so a bit of chop here and there. But he may even be thinking about using the Armor Rouge and the Indeedee this time. Get into a sweeping position. Maybe he doesn't predict Danijel to bring his own Flutter Mane, but judging by what he's locking in, he feels confident that what worked in the second game may work again. He may realize that Goldengo gave him a bit of trouble. Without the flinch, things could have went the other way. Yeah, life lesson, don't start chanting flinch, because then it actually happens. So, not good, not good. Don't want to end up in a car park later. Yeah, alright, we're entering the third game of round 4 for this tournament today. Looks like Danijel has the Goldengo Tornadus. Definitely looks. Wait, is that his? No, it's not his first game lead. He has the Goldengo out, which is very, very good. But the Landorus out here threatens the Goldengo with Stomping Tantrum, and the Flutter Mane as well with the Shadow Ball. So if you learnt from game 1, Shadow Ball Stomping Tantrum knocks out Goldengo, but the Tornadus does have access to Tailwind, and if it starts launching Make It Rain, that could be very, very bad for Vivek, since it is choice specs as well. Here we are though, Vivek's deciding to switch out, doesn't want to take it and Make It Rain. The Iron Hands does like take it and Make It Rain a lot better, but the Landorus may still be in a pickle if it gets hit by that Make It Rain. So here we are, Danijel going for the first turn to Astralization, making sure that in the circumstance Landorus survives, Stomping Tantrum does nothing. And we do see the Tailwind come out, which is very nice, and I think the Make It Rain may come out, it does not come out. Rock Slides are coming out, that choice scarf makes it fast. Crits the Goldengo, does get a flinch, does not get a flinch today. And that brings the Landorus down that fast. That's a lot of damage and a lot of pressure from Vivek right now, since that Wild Charge hits the Tornadus and the Goldengo very heavily. Definitely good to consider what Vivek's doing here, because we assume the Make It Rain knocks out the Landorus at that range. Icy Wind would knock it out too. There's also the potential Goldengo switches out, because now it's at -1 special attack. Okay, here we are. Roaring Moon comes back in. Oh, comes in to start with. Gets the peaky attack boost. Very nice, very nice. And we do see that the Goldengo switches out to reset the -1 special attack. So here we are. Iron Hands in, then comes the Icy Wind dealing a bit of chip down on the Roaring Moon. Lowering speed down, and if that Wild Charge does target the Goldengo, it would knock out, but it doesn't. It goes to the point of making sure that Icy Wind isn't doing too much to it. Alright, so now Danijel may have a Tailwind up, but he is down 3 Pokemon. And Vivek still has all 4 left. So the Iron Hands and the Roaring Moon are in a very good spot. That Goldengo right now, as is very threatened by the Iron Hands. So we can see a few things going on here. We could potentially see a Stomping Tantrum or Earthquake off the bat into the Iron Hands. Just to knock it out, prevent the Goldengo from taking damage and then launching and make it rain. But there's also the potential here for Vivek to get a Dragon Dance up if he positions himself correctly. But as we're seeing here, Vivek switching out his Iron Hands, doesn't want to take a Stomping Tantrum. Gets the Lando in. Okay, that's very good. Getting a bit of Intimidate down, that will help against dealing too much damage, and the Roaring Moon does protect. So any potential Make It Rain is stopped. Yep, we do see the Stomping Tantrum come out into that Landorus, and the Make It Rain does come out. And I think this is really good for Vivek, because now that Make It Rain actually knocks out the Landorus, and he's lost the Landorus, he's also at -1 special attack. And now if the Iron Hands comes back in and goes to fake out Dragon Dance, that could be very big for Vivek, because that could just swing the whole game, especially since Daniel's lost his speed control. So here we are. Both players, 3 Pokemon left. Roaring Moon definitely being a prime piece of Dragon typing. I don't know what a good example it is. Basically, it's in a good spot, alright. The Iron Hands though, able to pressure both Pokemon and fake out, is also very threatening. Here we are, Danijel does switch out, he's Goldengo, knowing he's got a -1 drop, that's not good. Does he fake out the Landorus? And he does. The big one is, does the Dragon Dance come out? Because that would be massive. No Dragon Dance though, just a knockoff, and he knocks off the Dragonite's Mirror Herb. So, playing a bit safely here, nothing too big. The Dragonite and Landorus are outside of Tailwind now, but can still apply a lot of offense. The Ice Spinner in particular would deal a huge amount of damage to the Roaring Moon, and that Landorus, just sitting there, has enough ground offensive pressure to start launching Stomping Tantrums or even Earthquakes to hit both Pokemon, so this could be something we'll definitely see. We should note as well that Landorus is at -1 attack, so its Earthquakes probably won't knock out the Iron Hands at this range, but that Iron Hand itself, with its Wild Charge, they have enough juice in it to knock out the Dragonite. So here we are, Earthquake coming out, hits everyone, Iron Hand, Roaring Moon both survive, that Intimidate coming out. The Ice Spinner comes out though into Roaring Moon. It's enough to knock out. And does the Wild Charge pick up the Dragonite here? Because if not, that might be game over. And it does, and it misses out just barely. But last Pokemon in the back is that Fluttermane. Now, you're probably thinking, that's not good. But guess what? That is good. Let me explain why. Because that Goldengo terrestrialized into water, that Specs Fluttermane will be dealing a heap of damage. The real question is, you ready fellas? Does the Fluttermane terrestrialize, which Vivek has access to? I think he should be terrestrializing here. I'm not sure if he's missed that, because a Terra Fairy with an Assault Vest Landorus, I would be hitting that like right now. But he doesn't. Wait, hold on. Maybe I'm a bit of an egg today. He predicts the extreme speed perhaps. That way doesn't hit the Fluttermane, gets the knockout, and hold on. Vivek should survive this with Fluttermane. Earthquake, yeah, it does. Oh no. That is very, very good. That means on this 2v1 now, Landorus and Goldengo versus Fluttermane, he has a chance here to actually clean up. Goldengo, ooh, not at half health. It's just above half, depending on how well it's built. May or may not survive this Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam. This is gonna be close. I think it might not survive. We'll find out. Vivek will get a crit here. It'll come down to this. It's one turn. Does Dazzling Gleam pick up the gold dagger? Terra Fairy, choice backs. Here we go. Oh, does it on both of them. And there we go. Daniel cleans up. Both Pokemon survive very well. That was very well played by Daniel. And even so, yeah. Vivek may have lost to Daniel, but that was such a good match. I think both players should be very proud of how they played. Yeah, it came down to the wire. Would not have seen that at all. I believe that, yeah, makes Danijel Zitko the winner of round 4 of today's Premier Challenge. Congratulations to Danijel. That means we'll be going on to round 5 in about 15 to 20 minutes at about 3:55 p.m., 4 p.m. We'll be starting. But yeah, that'll be round 5. And once again, congratulations, Danijel. And we'll catch you back in about 15 to 20 minutes. Alright, until then. Test. Testing. Testing. Alright. Yep. Test. Does everything work? Yep. Alright, sweet. Alright. Alright. Alright, welcome back everyone to round 5 of the stream today at the the Kingsford local for the Premier Challenge in Sydney. Today we've got Martin up against Ash, I believe. Give me 2 seconds to find his team sheet. There it is. Alright, we're cooking. Alright, yep, so we've got Martin up against Ash. Both players, I believe, are currently 2-2 in the tournament. So we're giving you a bit of variation for who's on stream and who isn't. I'm pretty sure whoever wins this still has a chance of making top cut. Whoever doesn't, probably have to join, well, the rest of us in the car park later. So, not the best. But yeah, as we saw, Martin's got the Heatran Flood Main Landorus, Roaring Moon Iron Hands, and Ash has the Ogerpon, Heatran Tornadus, Iron Hands, Cresselia, and Ursaluna Blood Moon form. So, right now, that's Martin on the other side of the field with the Roaring Moon and Among Us lead, and Ash has just led the Tornadus and the, once it loads up, the Ogerpon. Yeah, didn't see it, wasn't showing up, a bit slow at this. But yeah, speed boost with the Photosynthesis and booster energy from Martin. Can definitely do a lot here. He's got your Tailwind set going on, he's got Spore, but it's also good to know that Ash has the Ogerpon, the Half Flame one, and it's immune to that Spore. Not immune to Acrobatics, but guess what? Martin's not carrying Acrobatics today. So, that Ivy Cudgel is going to be doing heaps of damage to Among Us if it hits. Especially since Heatran, if it comes in, doesn't eat it up because of that Mold Breaker. But as we're seeing now, Ash just deciding stay in, from what we can see. Going for Spike of Shield. Martin though switched out his own Among Us for Landorus, getting a bit of intimidation. Potentially boosting that Ivy Cudgel next turn, and the Roaring Moon here is just going for the Breaking Swipe, lower a bit of attack and reduce that Ogerpon's damage as much as possible. So here, Ash is free to go for damage if he wants to. The Sunny Day does boost the fire moves, and with Bleeding Storm 2 plus that Ivy Cudgel into the Landorus, it's going to be doing a heap of damage. To that, not good for Martin. And for those who don't know Martin, he is a former Sydney Regional Champion, so he needs the win here to keep the ball rolling. Won back in 2016, so yeah, as long as he wins here today, he's good. If not, oh, that's a shame. But here we are. Ash does decide to Terra, activate Terastallization on the Half Flame Ogerpon, which means it does lose its Mold Breaker, but the Embody aspect comes in, and now it does get the attack boost, so it kind of neutralizes that Intimidate from earlier. Landorus on the other hand does Terastallize into the water type. That does eat up the Ivy Cudgel a lot easier, which means this could be a bit of a pickle if it goes for Earthquake here or Stomping Tantrum. It does go for Stomping Tantrum. Is it enough for a knockout though? It is enough. That, not good. And you're probably wondering why that Landorus did that with the Ogre I got no... Oh yeah, because Tailwind wasn't set up on Ash's side of the field. He set up Sunny Day. So not good for Ash right now. He's lost his Terastallization, and he's lost one of his more offensive Pokemon here. Definitely needs to position his Ursaluna that he's just brought in here into a good spot, especially with that Landorus being very pressuring right now. Also might have noticed that Ash had his Heatran in the back too, and with that Landorus on the field, that is very dangerous if it even attempts to switch in here and there. The Martin though, he's playing this really well. The Terra Water is a unique one on the Landorus, possibly a more defensive type of Landorus. So yeah, what we're seeing right now is just matching Tailwinds, you know, bringing the speed control back about the same. Knock off into the Ursaluna, maybe Martin wanting to get rid of the Citrus Berry, no recovery, make the knockout easier, and the Stomping Tantrum double the Ursaluna. I think what we see here, Martin's definitely gauged and determined that Ursaluna is the threat here. I mean, yeah, special attack's huge. You can start sweeping up. And that knockoff with the crit, that does huge amounts of damage. No Citrus Berry, means no healing back up, and the Bleak Wind Storm doing a bit of damage, but not enough for any knockout scene. If that Stomping Tantrum connects, and it does, knocks out, does not knock out. So that Blood Moon now here is going to do a nice chunk of damage, and it gets the knockout on the Landorus. So for those new to the DLC here, that Blood Moon does 140 damage, but can't be used twice in a row. So very similar to Tinkaton's own Gigaton Hammer. You get one shot per go, essentially, and then you just have to wait. So yeah, Martin does lose his Landorus, does lose his form of Intimidate and his Terastallized Pokemon, but he's not in a bad spot here. I mean, Bleak Wind Storm, I reckon after 2-hit knockout on the Mungus, finishes off the Roaring Moon. It's just whether Martin spores that Tornadus in anticipation, or whether he tries to pick up the Ursaluna with Breaking Swipe. And here we are. Martin does get that Breaking Swipe into both slots, lowers Tornadus' attack, which isn't that big, but the Bleak Wind Storm here hitting is important, because now that Amoonguss is at half health, bit of a dicey spot. Martin's now down 2 Pokemon, and he's forced to bring in his last one, the Citrus Berry on Amoonguss though activating, giving it a bit of health left, which may be important if that Ursaluna goes for a Blood Moon into it, but it doesn't even go for Spore, it goes for Pollen Puff. Boy, yeah, that is quite a big turn for Ash. In fact, I might just tip it in his favor a bit. Because yeah, now, Ash still has his Tornadus and Ursaluna, making it a bit tricky. What we're seeing as well here is that Martin's last Pokemon is the Iron Hands, which is good against many of the Pokemon on Ash's side of the field. But it's also very important to note that the Ursaluna Blood Moon can deal tremendous amounts of damage to both the Amoonguss and the Iron Hands, and it just goes for Moonblast. It may be non-stab, but if Ash is able to position himself in a spot that gets his Heat Train going, that will be perfect. It will basically round out the game. Martin does spoil the Tornadus this turn, so no more Bleak Wind Storms. Doubles the slot. Ash is feeling like getting his Heatran in, from what I'm seeing on the screen. But more importantly, that Blood Moon Ursaluna is still threatening the Iron Hands and the Amoonguss. So yep, Ash does switch in his Heatran. Unfortunately, the Ursaluna is not fast in the Iron Hand, so it does go down to the Drain Punch here. The big question is, does Martin Pollen Puff his own Iron Hands here, or does he Spore? And it's just a Pollen Puff. But that Pollen Puff is going to be huge, because Now that he's gone for Pollen Puff, the Iron Hands, which is assault vested, is back up to max health, and is more likely to eat up heat waves, and earth powers from the heat trend. And judging from the team sheet I've got here, got the inside resources, there is no heat wave, it's a flamethrower. So with the well, no, it's not flamethrower. No, it is heat wave. They both got heat train, can you believe it? I've almost done a porky here. Yeah, no, he does have heat wave and a Slap Orb. Depending on whether he goes for earth power or not into the Amunga slot, is massive here. Was that heat train could go for a heat wave, potentially burn the Iron Hands, but it's just an earth power. It's not the best out of this right now, because that Iron Hands can go for Drain Punch, but no, just opts the Wild Charge. And that's big here, because now a Drain Punch into that heat train could be very disastrous. So here we are. Martin does go for Rage Power, potentially redirecting any critical hit Earth Powers. But Heat Wave comes out, he needs a burn. Does he get a burn? Does Ash get a burn? He does get a burn! Oh, he does. I've been calling these today. This is fantastic. So Drain Punch, I don't think it's not going to knock out. It might just break half. We'll see how it goes. But if it doesn't, that could be disastrous. Oh, it's going to be real close. Life Orb damage is very important here. I think, this is my hypothesis, I reckon if the Heat Train goes for Earth Power and gets the special defense drop, I reckon Ash wins, but it's banking on the low damage roll. It looks like Ash is going for Protect here, kind of let the burn damage do a bit more. I think it's a smart play to do here. Also to be considerate of the Life Orb on the Heat Train, which is dealing chip damage to the Heat Train as it goes. So here's the Earth Power. Big damage, not enough. I don't think it needs a special defense drop, it just needs to live this Drain Punch. And it does! Oh, you know what that means? You know what that means? I reckon Earth Power knocks out next turn. This is my prediction. You know what? It's not even a prediction. I reckon Ash just goes for Protect here. And then, yeah, Martin just has to keep Drain Punching. Oh, it doesn't even Protect, just goes for it. And he gets a knockout, alright. Fair enough. Yeah, that burn came very clutch here. A very well played game by both trainers. Definitely think that Martin had the upper hand for most of the game. Did switch in favor even before the burn into Ashes. But yeah, very well played by both trainers. Which means we're going to game 2 now. This is huge. Glad to see the real spice cooking. Yeah. Kind of interested to see how Martin will adapt to this. I think Martin played very well. Definitely goes to show the cheeky Sydney Regionals winner title coming through. But you know what? Ash just seemed to have played the slightest bit better to ultimately win that first game. So now that we're entering round 2, we might even see Ash switch up. We know that in the first game, you know, Ash lost his half plane Ogerpon first turn when he Terrestrialized, and the Stomping Tantrum just one hit knockout of it, completely off the field. The other thing that we should also note is the Urstaluna on Ash's side does not carry any of those Carmine Hyper Voice Throat Spray spreads. It's got the Blood Moon, it's got the Earth Power, it's got the Moon Blast. So whether or not Ash this time decides to opt to Earth Power the Iron Hands opposed to Moon Blasting it would be big, because I'm pretty sure it's a 2-hit knockout, opposed to Moon Blast being a 3-hit knockout. But yeah, here we are, hopping into game 2. Very important that Martin wins here if he wants to get to game 3. But yeah, just starting off, Martin does lead the Roaring Moon and Landorus in opposition of the Heatran Tornadus on Ash's side. So immediately off the bat, the Heatran is heavily threatened by that Landorus. Scary, scary, scary lad. But the terrestrialization on the heat train is fairy, not grass, so doesn't have to be worried about the Terra flying hitting it, but it should be concerned about the lander is still dealing damage. Here we go, both trainers locked in, moves real fast. Could be seeing a tailwind earthquake from either side of the field. Yeah, Ash does terrestrialize the heat train into a fairy type. Gets the sunny day up, that's interesting. No tailwind. The roaring moon does set its own tailwind up. Now, whatever the T-Train does is massive. Goes for Stomping Tantrum. Well, the lander is Stomping Tantrums, and the Heat Train does Heat Waves here. Massive amounts of damage. No burn yet. Which means, yeah. This Heat Train brought the lander down to red. Roaring Moon's taking a big amount of damage. Ash can match his Martin's Tailwind with his own Tailwind, or can potentially go for damage here. Either or, the Heat Train is in a good spot because Breaking Swipe doesn't affect it, Knockoff does little to nothing on it. That Landorus is just the main thing threatening it, so depending on what Martin does here, he has to assess which one's the bigger threat here. So yeah, Ash does protect the Heat Train. No damage coming out. The Roaring Moon goes to Knockoff. No Mental Herb on that Tornadus. And the U-turn double into the Tornadus. That could have been 3 damage for Ash right there. Yeah, Martin does predict that correctly. And the Iron Hand comes out. So, Martin just positioning himself a bit better. Having to eat up the Bleakwind Storm here. Not the best. But now Ash trying to figure out whether getting his own Tailwind up just to match, get some speed control is good. Or what threatens his Heat Train right now. Because Martin's own Iron Hand does... Hold on, it does have Heavy Slam, could be scary for the Heat Train. No Fake Out though. No Fake Out, that's big. The Iron Hand, it's going for damage. Knock off again into the Tornadus, does knock out. If Martin wild charges here or Heavy Slams, this could be disastrous for Ash. The Heat Wave does come out, does it burn the Iron Hands this time? That is a big question. Here we go, here we go. No burn, a Heavy Slam does come out, but guess what? Heavy Slam works based on how heavy a Pokemon is compared to another one. And Iron Hands may be a chunky boy indeed, but Heat Train is just as much of a chunky one as well. So you know what that means. They cancel each other out. And now that the Heavy Slam did not knock out, I don't think Knockoff from Roaring Moon knocks out the Heat Train. And Breaking Swipe most definitely doesn't, because it doesn't affect it. So now Ash is in a prime spot to start taking knockouts himself. Could even go for Fake Out, some more Heat Waves. A Fake Out into Roaring Moon will just knock it out, and the Heat Wave will just clean up the Iron Hands. But it's also a good thing to note once more, the Life Orb is on the Heat Train. And here we are, Roaring Moon protects. Heat Wave just comes out, no Fake Out again. From either Iron Hand, just wanting to go for pure offense. And it knocks out the Iron Hands, thanks to that Life Orb and thanks to that Stun Boost. And as I mentioned Life Orb before, the Heat Train is taking some chip from it, and its health is whittling away. So I believe Martin's Tailwind ends now, right? Hold on, it does. I told you so. You know what that means? It means that Ash is in a very good spot right now because he's got 2 turns of Tailwind left, and his Heat Train is pressuring that Amoonguss right now. So the big question is the Heat Train faster than the Roaring Moon with the Photosynthesis boost? And the Photosynthesis did boost speed, so this could be very, very, very dicey. He could protect to suss it out or not, but here we are. Rage Powder from Martin, potentially redirecting any different moves. The knockoff comes out into the Heat Train, so it is faster, despite not being in Tailwind because of that speed boost from Photosynthesis. The Iron Hands here did go for Drain. Oh, no, it didn't. Went for Wild Charge. Into Amoonguss, dealing a bit of chip, but making sure that the Roaring Moon is alive and well since it was redirected. But now that Ash still has an extra 10 to Tailwind up, it is faster than the Roaring Moon here, which means Breaking Swipe won't come out first, and an Ivy Cudgel into that Amoonguss will most definitely knock out. It's also good to note that Martin is carrying Protect on his Mungus, but even then, yeah, no. I mean, next turn, just follow up, knocks out. It's not looking good for Martin right now, I'd say. But, once more, he still has another Pokemon in the back. And I'm pretty sure it's the Landorus. Maybe not. Maybe it is. You know what, there's only one way to find out. Martin does Terastallize into the water version of the Amoonguss. That's very big. It eats up that Ivy Cudgel for breakfast. That is huge. Because now look, it's coming out. Going into the Amoonguss, looks like nothing. That's not good. Tailwind comes out. This is looking real grim. Did Ash double into its Wild Charge? That is the big question. Does not, just goes for Heavy Slam. And it looks like Martin did not Rage Powder, so he's either Sporing here or using Pollen Puff. And it is the Sporing Iron Hands. So whatever the last one here is for Martin, this could be very big, especially if that Landorus comes out and just starts going for Earthquake. And guess what? It is a Landorus. Oh no, this isn't good. Actually, maybe it is good. It's good for someone. You know what they say, one man's treasure is... No, one man's treasure. So in this circumstance, yeah, Martin definitely has a good positioning here to hit the Iron Hands and the Ogerpon. It is opting for that Rock Slide. The big one here is whether Martin goes for Pollen Puff into his own Landorus, because that would be huge. Get some health back. Yeah, that would be very tricky for Ash to come back from, and it looks like he is. For those of you that can't see the team sheet at home, Martin's Landorus is running Covert Cloak. So it doesn't have a Choice Scarf, it doesn't have an Assault Vest. Yeah, it's just basically there, enjoying its time. So it goes for Rock Slide once more. Iron Hand avoids, it's not as big, the Ogerpon's a big one. Ogerpon, yep, hits it, and the Ivy Cudgel comes out. Oh, it's a crit. Wait, that's not good. Well, that's not good for Martin. Great for Ash. That could be a bit shocking. Yeah, I mean, based on my reading, that Amoonguss won't be able to deal enough damage to either the Ogerpon or the Iron Hands. This could be game over. Woodhammer coming. It was cancelled. Yeah, Martin 4th, that crit mattered heavily. It's also good to know that Ivy Cudgel, I believe, has a high chance to crit. Something along those lines. Look, I didn't read the description too much. Second day Regulation E, my first day on the job, so you know how it is. But yeah, that rounds out round 5, which means Martin's record is 3-2, and we'll probably be playing round 6 in about 20 minutes at, I'd say 4:40, 5 o'clock maybe. Yeah, until then that'll be the final round of Swiss, and then we'll get into our Top Cut games at about 5:30, 6 o'clock. Alright, there we go.
Hello, yeah.
ambitious because I've had like over 20 years experience. I built this team out of pace last night before I went out. I messaged Cash, I'm like, hey man, can you really test me a team after you put it in my mouth? He's like, no, I'm straight back. Yeah, that's really tough.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I think I'm gonna join the stream now, so. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh, shit, sorry. Alright. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh. One second, I'll just have to disband the group, sorry. Alright, just setting up the volume now.
Self-being, self-love. Wait, Robert, I can get one of one food. No, I'm a great photographer.
Alright, code is 8004. Just be careful, these back buttons are also buttons too, so just use these buttons, you'll be fine.
It's a really weird time as well. I don't know. I'm tempted.
And you just play, and then, yeah, so take this. These are your
I
headphones.
bought Greek yogurt. It was 90 cents.
Yep, just have these on, yeah, at all times.
Greek
Okay.
yogurt, so it takes
Should be good to go.
Oh,
Yeah,
my condolences. I need the lactose.
yeah. Got team sheets?
Yep.
Team sheets?
Oh, no, I don't. It was right.
I hear we've got
I'll come sit with you. I'm gonna come. Too bad I'm bad at sporting. Oh, game scores. Alright, I'm gonna commentate, yeah?
I'll be the sideline reporter.
You say water boy? Alright, we're just getting our team sheets up now. Just gonna find Brayden's and Diego's team sheets.
Alright. Welcome back to the stream, everyone. This is round 6 of the VGC local rankings for Sydney.
That's alright.
I'm joined by Kai.
I'll send them. The matches didn't go through, so I'll just send it when this round's done.
Tournament
For this
organizer
game.
today. Brought all of
So
this
just let me know
together
when this
and
game's done.
Let's make it happen.
I'll tell them.
And
as well.
today we've got Brayden versus Diego for the final round of Swiss. Both players are 3-2 right now, potentially playing for their winning in the tournament. Diego is running the Glade, Ursaluna, Iron Hands, Torkoal, Indeedee, and Chiyu, and Brayden has the Indeedee, Armor Rouge, King Gambit, Torkoal, Enamorous, and Ashifu.
So you can hear me.
Ah.
Oh, what we got going here, mate?
Alright, so yeah, just kicking off the first game now.
Ah, I see Diego's got the Glade, which I've seen in different tournaments online, so I see between things today.
And it looks like Brayden's using stuff that he's usually, typically used in the past, the very heavy Trick Room team, Torkoal, Armor Rouge, and Indeedee. He's been helped by a few notable VGC players in the community, so he feels very confident using this team.
Yeah, it seems like they've both got Indeedee on the other side of the field, so I wonder what Brayden's going to do here, because he's thinking about follow me, he's thinking about a few things. wonder if there might be a switch out here for maybe a slower one to come through and so you can set up a trick room here, because I don't think he wants his Urshifu going down.
No, he definitely wouldn't want that, especially since we know Brayden's on the bottom with the Urshifu and Ndidi, so he's already got strong offensive pressure here. He can hit the Ndidi hard, he can go for massive damage with Terra Water Surging Strikes, but it's about how Diego responds to this, because he knows his Chi's in a bit of a pickle right now, and he may be forced to redirect here.
So yeah, Brayden seems to Terra Water here. And remind me, I think he's gone straight for the Aqua Jet, so...
Oh yeah, I think he may have gone for... He's gone for redirection, but I think he may have Surging Strikes. But it's very important to know that, unlike Brayden's and Ndidi, Diego's one does have the Rocky Helmet, which means the Surging Strike which is coming out now will deal a huge amount of damage, but it's going to take even more back from that Rocky Helmet, but it's going to hit it every time.
Counter punched every time he throws the hit, so can't see what Urshifu's health is, but it's around half,
about half health, yeah. So if that Chi went for the Heat Wave, it may just bring it down to red. But no, just the Dark Pulse into the Ndidi.
Did all the damage there.
Yeah, thankfully the Psychic Seed did save Brayden here. That, yeah, without it, that Dark Pulse would have knocked out. But this isn't the worst case for Brayden, because that Surging Strikes can finish off the Ndidi, or the Surging Strikes can hit the Chi.
So yeah, there might be a switch out here from Brayden. King game that might go in the slot, maybe not. What do you think Diego's game plan is now? He does have a very low Ndidi. Both Ndidis are quite low.
I think it's important that Diego is able to knock out potentially that Ndidi, just because if Trick Room gets up, that could be really bad. But at the same time, Brayden's own Urshifu is Scarf Lock, and the Surging Strikes will deal tremendous amounts of damage. But look, Diego, he's gone for Terra Fire, which means we can suspect he might just go for simple Heat Wave here, and with that Rocky Helmet damage, it might just get a double knockout, which would be really bad here for Brayden.
Yeah, right, here we go. So, someone's going down here. And looks like it's all Ndidi. So the Ndidi is going to go down, no doubt. But let's see what that Chi is going to lock into. So, it's got Flamethrower, Dark Pulse, Burning Gales, and Protect.
Yeah. And it's safety goggles too, so it doesn't have any boosting moves on it. It does not opt for the Heat Wave, mainly because it's carrying it, but that Burning Jealousy, yeah, with the Terra Fire and its Beads of Ruin is enough to knock out the Urshifu and the Ndidi.
That's big damage.
Yeah, this forces Brayden down to his last two, which is going to be that King Gambit and the Armor Rouge, which is very dangerous since that Chi can hit both of them really hard.
Yeah. And both of these Pokemon on Brayden's side, I don't believe you got Trick Room up, right? So
No.
So they're going to be much slower. Galade's going to be faster. Chi's going to be faster.
Yeah, and that Galade already threatens gliding moves into the King Gambit, and the Armor Rouge is really threatened by the Dark Pulse, so unless it lives the Dark Pulse and manages to set Trick Room up, Brayden might be in a bit of a problem here.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do here. It'll all come down to probably this turn, I reckon. So I see big damage coming from Chi Yu, just doing the Burning Jealousy all over again. Just to get rid of that King Gambit, or could just Flamethrower into that King Gambit. We know that he's already terrestrialized his Urshifu into water, so there's no terrestrialize coming from this side. But yeah, let's see what they think of.
Yeah, the other scary thing is whether Dark Pulse is enough to knock out the Armor Rouge. It does have the Beads of Ruins boost, but there is no laughable specs. Here it is, and it is enough.
Goes down.
Armor Rouge does not survive that, which means if a fighting type move were to come out here, which it does, the King Gambit wouldn't survive either.
Yeah.
It's a very strong game one from Diego, I would say. He's definitely set himself up really well. I think Brayden's got to consider how he's going to play game two, because that Chi just did too much damage.
Way too much damage. And just sitting there just in front of the Urshifu, I mean, when you've got the redirection, you're not going to be afraid to just stand there with your Chi Yu with Terra Fire as well. So well played by Diego there.
Yeah, definitely not. It's also good to know that Diego's team has access to that Torkoal, which could boost up his Chi Yu even more, and the Ursaluna too. Heading into game two now, this is where it's going to get a bit big. Brayden needs to clutch this back out if he wants to get to a game 3. We should also note that while Brayden does have Ndidi and Armor Rouge, they are his 2 sole Trick Room setters, so depending on how he wants to play this, if he gets Trick Room up, he might be in a better spot. But he does have to watch out for that Chi Yu in particular. Alright, so it looks like Diego's already locked in and is ready to go. But yeah, Brayden really giving a thought now as to what he's going to run here against Diego. May have to switch things up, potentially not leave the Ndidi, but he may have just been in a good position last time before as well. So definitely something for him to consider going into this game too.
Is he going to go into his bread and butter, Ndidi Armor Rouge, Trick Room setup, or is he going to go back to the same lead? Looks like he might.
Yeah, those familiar with Ndidi Armor Rouge, it's good to know that the Ndidi Armor Rouge is a Regulation B, C sort of team that's been out for a while, but now that it's still being used in Regulation E, you can still see it being a threat, which is why Brayden is still going strong in this tournament. So yeah, now we're starting off this game too. Very, very important Brayden has adapted to his leads here. But the question is whether Diego has as well.
Yeah, so it's the same leads on both sides, looks like.
So yeah, same leads may not look like the best for Brayden, but depending on whether he gets that Ndidi to set up Trick Room is massive here. Because we know from last time that Diego had the Gallade in the back. So if he decides to Trick Room first turn here and just go for damage or even switch out, this could be massive.
It's also a thing about terrestrializing to just maybe weaken the effects of maybe the Burning Jealousy or Flamethrower, for example, but it's hard because you don't really have a switch in. You do have an Armor Rouge that can switch into a Burning Jealousy, but you also have the risk of Dark Pulse coming that way, so...
You do, yeah. And yeah, it's big here as well, since if he does go for that fire type move here, that's going to do heaps of damage to that King Gambit, potentially even knock it out.
Yeah, it does go for the Terra here. I'd imagine Terra Fire from the Ndidi, but you don't get to see Ndidi Terra much, do you?
No, not too much. So he's using it defensively here, which is great. He can eat up the Dark Pulse, he can eat up fire moves. Makes it a really strong Pokemon in this situation. And Diego here, just going to follow me, playing it safe. Doesn't want to risk anything. And the Dark Pulse does come out, and Brayden predicts it correctly. Does he flinch though? It does not. So, indeed, free Trick Room up, King Gambit in for free. Brayden is now in a very commanding position. He cannot terrestrialize his King Gambit, but that might not be the worst thing to happen here, because he can start dealing damage to Diego's own Ndidi.
I was going to think about what he wants to really do, because he needs to get rid of that Chi Yu. The Chi Yu needs to go. But without maybe some redirection from the Ndidi, so he needs to figure out how he can get rid of that Chi Yu without having to go for the Ndidi at all.
Definitely. So, and yeah, no, he's switched out his Chi Yu, playing it safe, doesn't want to take any damage at all. Diego does get to bring the Torkoal in almost free in descent, but suspecting that the King Gambit has gone to the Kowtow Cleave, it may just pick up on that Ndidi straight away.
Yep, Corner comes up.
And yep, here we are, follow me, Kowtow Cleave. Diego does lose the Ndidi, but on the plus side, he does have the Torkoal in for free right now. And that's really big because Eruption in Sun in Trick Room will mean that that King Gambit is threatened and even the Ndidi is threatened.
Remind me of this thing, Torkoal's slower than
Yeah,
King Gambit?
yeah, Torkoal has about 22 speed, quiet nature if it's that slow, but King Gambit, it is slow, but unfortunately does get outsped by Torkoal in Trick Room.
Yeah, so it's not going to be able to go first.
Oh yeah.
It does have Protect, so it can take one Eruption, but at full health.
Yeah, definitely makes it a bit of a pickle. Especially since King Gambit has Sucker Punch. It could lower the eruption, but unfortunately, Psychic Terrain is set up by both Indeedee, so that Sucker Punch won't work.
Alright, so King Gambit goes back.
Armor Rouge coming in though, that is a good Pokemon having. It eats up with Flash Fire. Eruption won't do anything to it, it's just whether Diego has caught it or not. And the Eruption is coming out here. Flash Fire eats up easily. Does Indeedee survive the Eruption? It does.
It does, and Armor Rouge is going to love that.
Yeah, and now the Psycho Cut from the Gallade into the Indeedee. The critical hit probably didn't matter.
Yeah, not going to say
But that Armor Rouge is in such a nice spot now.
Beautiful spot. Now we'll just talk all through that can punish Armor Rouge. Now it doesn't have anything that can really punish Armor Rouge at all at the moment. So Armor Rouge is here in a really good position, I reckon. But however, Gallade, let's see if Gallade has any priority moves. Well, the Misty Terrain's still up, so.
So yeah, right now that Armor Rouge is in a good spot, and the only thing that threatens it is that Chi-Yu. And whether Brayden does go for Expanding Force with his Armor Rouge, we know it has Life Orb and it's in Psychic Terrain, so it may just get a double knockout here. But Armor Rouge has such high special attack.
Yeah, just checking out the Psychic Terrain. It's got 2 turns left. It looks like it might target that Gallade.
And here comes the Terror, not from Brayden's side this time, from Diego's, and he does go for the Terror with the Gallade. It's part fire now. It means it's gonna eat up those heat waves a lot better. But here's the big question: does Expanding Force come out, or was it a heat wave?
Wasn't too sure. Hopefully it does. Oh,
it was neither. It was a white card. No. It's even
way.
worse. That is not good. That does ward the Armor Rouge quite a lot, because judging by Brayden's team, he has Expanding Force, Armor Cannon, Trick Room, and Protects. This is not looking the best right now.
There you go. So pretty much a nothing round there, but we know that King Gambit can't protect again. So King Gambit now is in a bad position itself.
Yeah. So I guess Brayden really has to predict, does he wide guard again? And does that mean I should Armor Cannon? Do I switch out my King Gambit for the Urshifu? Because that Urshifu right now is the win condition for Brayden. It hits the Chi-Yu super effectively, hits the Torkoal super effectively, now hits the Gallade super effectively. That Urshifu is one of the most important pieces on this board right now.
Yeah, we see Brayden here thinking about going for the double protect now. Remind me, double protect 33%.
50%.
50%?
Yeah, 50.
I
Not too bad. I like the odds.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
But King Gambit goes again, double protect, he gets it. Does the wide guard come out? That's the big question. It does come out.
Oh,
but
no,
did Brayden predict it and go for Armor Cannon? Because those Flash Fire boosts plus the Sun would do heaps.
Yeah.
Here he goes. It's coming out now. What's going to happen? Flash Fire.
No, we don't.
boosts
Flash
it.
Fire doesn't stack.
It does.
It does
Sure.
stack.
And the Armor Cannon does come out in the Sun into Torkoal, and it knocks out.
Knocks out the Torkoal.
Massive amounts of damage here.
That's a big KO. That's a big
Yeah, and now
KO.
Psychic Terrain ends. And what that means is Sucker Punch is on the table for cleaning up knockouts.
Yeah.
And that will do heaps of damage to that Gallade.
100%.
So now, Diego might be in a bit of a pickle here. He still has that full health Urshifu in the back threatening it down. And that is a massive threat.
Yeah. Now Brayden's free to do whatever he wants here. Now I think there's one turn of Trick Room left.
I think there might be, yeah. Should be one more left, which means the King Gambit is in a good spot. But there's also, I think, a turn of Sun left as well. So no matter what, that Surging Strikes in the back will be doing heaps of damage.
Now remind me, with Wide Guard, it's like Protect. You can't keep doing it.
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you can use Wide Guard, but you can't protect with after Wide
Can't
Guard.
protect straight
It's
up.
a bit of a tricky one there, but you know what? Sucker Punch there from Brayden, getting some damage off. That's great. But he might just start cleaning up a few knockouts here himself.
Yeah. Chi-Yu's definitely always going to get rid of that King Gambit, so
That Armor Cannon with the Beads of Ruin may even just knock out that Gallade.
it's gone for the Chi-Yu now. Let's see if it does big damage. We've seen it go
Here
for
we
the...
go. And it knocks out the Chi-Yu. It's doing heaps of damage.
Heaps of damage coming from that side.
Hey, I think it's a bit jacked up on something, eh?
but it does now have 2 defensive drops on its own side.
It does.
So
Yeah. The
Trick
Sun
Room.
damage is doing heaps there. Reversing Trick Room. So no more Trick Room at all. That's good. The unfortunate thing here is for Diego that a Shifu is now in. And if he Aqua Jets even, Surging Strikes, that would just do it.
Seems like a win condition here for Mr. Brayden here. Well done. So I feel like, you know, you're pretty safe if you go for the Aqua Jet.
Yeah, I'd say. Oh, yeah, they're back in Trick Room now. So the Ashifu is slower. So Aqua Jet is definitely the play here.
Yeah.
And judging by Brayden team building, his Armor Rouge is probably slower. And can just deal Armor Cannon damage or Expanding Force damage. Here it is.
Might take
Aqua
half.
Jet's out. Half damage already. And the Armor Cannon might just finish off. There's no sunlight. But this Armor Rouge has been dealing heaps of damage. And it's gotten
Well done.
3 knockouts this turn, yeah.
That was a quality game from Brayden. Quality game from Brayden. You know, despite the odds, he faced it and he played extremely well through that round. So credit to him. Now it's 1-1. So we're going to go to the 3rd round this time, and yeah, we're in for a good one. Yeah. What do you reckon about, you know, Brayden coming in with the same leads? You know, this time, you know, knowing what he did wrong.
Yeah, he's definitely changed it up. Brayden led the same Indeedia Shifu. Almost followed the same play that he did in the very first game of round 1. But decided to switch it up, get the Trick Room going, and even predicted a Dark Pulse into Indeedee and went for the Terra Fire. So definitely a massive change up. This 3rd game though is going to be really important for both players.
You always had Aqua Jet on your...
Just having a bit of a technical difficulty right now. Probably be about a few minutes. I think someone's switch ran out of charge. That's never good fun, especially for round 6 of this tournament. Those tuning in now, it is 5 PM here in New South Wales, Sydney. Just trying to get a bit of live confirmation of what's going on. Everyone's got their team sheet out. You know what that means. I reckon there's a team sheet error. Oh, that's not good. And I'm meant to be a judge here today. Oh, this is making my job look a bit sketchy. I might have to get up.
Save it or something.
Oh, but I'm so comfortable down here.
Yeah. Oh, it's alright, man.
Alright.
It's alright.
We'll be there soon. See how it's going.
It's no Aqua Jet. It's meant to be. So he doesn't use Aqua Jet, but he doesn't have Aqua Jet when he's switching.
Oh.
So it's a loss. Because
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's good.
that's right. Let me just mute your mic. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Alright.
Oh well. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh. It says U-turn as well, yeah. It says U-turn. Yeah, so it says U-turn as well. So yeah. Oh. Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered if you didn't use it, kind of. Yeah. I was enjoying that game. It's such a good game. Such a good game. Oh, dude. So Brayden had an error on his team. So instead of having Aqua Jet on his team sheet, he had U-turn on his team sheet. On his team had Aqua Jet. So he cut that Aqua Jet actually winning the game. He's lost 2 games. He hasn't lost the first one. The second one. Man. See you later. Good seeing you. Take care. Yeah, check your switch. Yeah, check your switch. Yeah, that's cool.
What are you eyeing out?
Oh, that was such a fun game to watch. It was so fun to watch.
I'm sorry, guys.
Me and Liam were like, it's like a white guard. We're like,
Nah, I might go eat somewhere else later.
On the way back.
Hopefully somewhere's open.
Once we won, why didn't you just use and then drink something instead of like changing that was a reason. Probably hot. saying that as a slang, is he just saying that?
That's it.
I'll take that.
Someone.
I'll win. I'll choose to win.
That's right. Yeah.
The choice that you grip it.
What was that? You said the start of the day was running choice item.
Oh, yeah, I have. I got Tailwind, Light Bulb, Sizzle, Scarf, TU, Choice Band, Landers. Just super hard, man.
Yeah, it's about 450 for the whole. That's 450 for the entire prize pool.
One of my games,
I wonder if I get I sold the trick last one. Oh, it's for something more.
Yeah, probably.
$5.
one of my games, someone led Sinister with Cheese Power, and I led Landorus Tornadoes, and I just terror ghosted by Landorus to avoid like the ice attack or whatever. I used the lead and baited Earthquake, and he teleported the Sinister and just one-shot it with the Earthquake. It's just so good.
Yeah, you're running
Yeah, lead.
I would have liked.
Yeah, and lead plus board by Godzilla, that's pretty good. Double. Yeah. That's so good. Lead's underrated. I haven't put on Nozo. That's the main reason for not Nozo, because you can, like, Lead would have a yoga pump together. It doesn't quite, it doesn't quite kill, but it does pretty, if you get any chip on it, Lead's the place. I reckon the best way to beat Dondozo is either have Lear or fake tears on your team, because otherwise devoting a slot to Haze, like a fast work on like Jam Power or whatever, it doesn't feel like you really use it unless it's Dondozo, and it feels like a wasted slot. But you'll use Lear or fake tears and then the match jumps as well.
Although it does give you bad time.
Yeah. Who are you referencing? You're referencing Jade.
No, I was just reading it in general. Yeah.
Who was it who snapped his switch? No, his DS in half versus Aaron.
I don't remember.
And he like
That's
he actually like
before
clean
me.
split it in half.
I think that's before me. Because I was 2017.
I think if it like I don't think there's many people watching that resistance.
They're done? Okay, sweet.
No, I'm wrestling you. This is Don Zozo.
I'm bad at it.
He gets top spoilers. With the boost.
I've got video, by the way.
Londo's the play right now. Looks good into G and Dragon. Yeah, but you don't go terrible. Yeah, Oh yeah.
I studied in New England in 2016. I was like, Australia's the place to be.
What did you end up for, Chip? Well, you versed Mitch and you versed the top player.
But, this is my first time being the Rebel logo. But it's like,
I was going to put you guys on stream anyway. Because you came first in the standings. Yeah. But then again, like I hate putting people on stream that are first in standings because it's like a lot of pressure and it's like, oh, you know what I mean?
Oh, yes, please.
But you know,
Hey, who am I
it's going to be a classic matchup.
Oh,
I'm excited.
I think it's either something with the pink light jump. Yeah. Thanks, bro. I only remember because this guy lost to Chloe in the first round because the game lost.
oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Eddie's here now. Is everyone sitting down? Eddie is here now. Eddie, there he is. Alright.
are you part of the Discord?
Oh, yeah.
How do you end up doing?
Two. I had
Who's that? Yeah, I know.
Please have light entry, Mr. Gilbert.
No, entry. Yeah. No, escort this man out.
Alright.
Look at my res compared to Vivek.
I didn't want to play someone that already played before. I wanted to get
Okay, Sky. So your easy is obviously. Just forget about the back. Sometimes they're like their buttons as well. Same one. Beautiful. Keep these headphones on at all times. Please don't put the mic down. Leave it up. Your switch will be charging. Okay. Looks like it is connected. Yeah. Sounds good.
Next to Henry.
Just like.
I can just watch straight into this, yeah? I need to win like 2 more regions, do it.
What else? Any questions?
What if you just take the Chris Duke over?
Maybe
Have you said
beer.
last
Like
time?
yeah.
Controversial.
So just play like that. Don't change the screen, please. Alright, so there'll be oh, it was.
Even if it's
Island's pressure. And more consistent.
Oh, yeah, we're good. So yeah, there's video by the way. So
Can we hide the chat?
oh, you won't be able to hear yourself, so it'll just be video. But you can, yeah. No, not loud. No, it'll be silent. Yeah. If you want. Yeah, if you want. If you can't hear that, that's fine. Yeah.
we also got
Oh, that's good.
the bounty rules.
You're gonna hit the gritty on stream. You're gonna hit the gritty on stream.
Sorry? Maybe because you're still on thing. So probably have to try and disconnect it or turn it off.
You're not
If you want to use that,
yeah,
okay.
and he's just like,
I'm cool with that. Maybe put that to the side. Yeah, yeah.
at least you didn't break his arm.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Just take that one up. Yeah. Alright. Good luck, fellas. Good luck. Well done. Well done. It's a hard matchup. I know it's like against mates, but you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah. Alright, so that's that.
We're doing the watch me
You
win.
see the standings? Oh, standings. In the pairing. The standings are in the pairing. You can check the standings. Yeah. Check that out. Just.
We're watching Henry inside.
Yeah.
See how good the stream is. But still, I think we're live.
Thank you again so much. I'll come to the next one.
Appreciate that.
It's so different than live.
You need the in-person experience anyway. You need it. 100%. If you want to take this seriously and compete properly, like, you need it.
Alright.
Yeah, I'll see you there, bro.
I can't tell if this is actually on or not. If there's someone on the stream right now, tell me if you can hear me. Testing, testing. Can someone hear me?
Sorry, mate.
I'm getting ghosted on the stream.
That's good.
I don't know if they can hear or not.
Oh, yeah, true. So, one final check, my friend.
Yeah? Is that a yeah to being able to... Oh. I can't... Someone said yeah, but didn't write any context.
Don't know what's wrong
I
with
can't tell now if I can be heard or not.
that. That is
There's a delay. There is a delay. Alright, that's
why
fantastic.
I need it there, so
Alright.
I'll put that there.
For those tuning in, I'm Dave, BGC. I'm new to the scene. I'm a commentator. I'm currently being supervised by my parole officer, Mr. Haunt. Alright. It's evening time in Australia, so good evening to all of you
See
in
you
the
around,
chat
bro.
room right
Thanks
now.
for coming, man. Thanks for coming.
We're about to kick off.
See you at the next one. See you at the next one.
Henry versus Guy, yeah, for top 8.
Alright.
Top 8, yes. Top 8. Bit of background while we're waiting for
alright.
them to set their team up.
Bit of
Is
classic
both of them
matchup
have
here.
won a regional.
Actually, might I sit there, bro?
And yeah, basically gonna find out how the top 8 match goes. I'm joined by Kai, he's back in here, back to commentate as well.
Yeah, mate. Sorry, guys. It's pretty loud up in here, you know, because it's very exciting. Everyone's pretty excited at the moment. So, what have we got here, mate? We've got Hobbit versus Sky. Oh man, this is a classic matchup.
Yeah, so on the screen you're seeing left on the night was Ogerpon, Moltres, Heatran, Iron Hands, and Landorus. That's Sky's team. And they're running basically what looks like a bit of a defensive sort of team. Have that Aurora Veil, the Ninetales, no warning. You know, it's got that type of spice going on. And then you got Henry, who just clutched in to top cut with a 4-2 record. Questionable resistance, but he's in here now, and he's running the Iron Hands, Sinistcha, Tornadus, Landorus, Fluttermane, and Ogerpon.
Interesting matchup on both sides. I love seeing a Moltres though. It's such a beautiful Pokemon in its design. You know, so yeah, we'll see what happens here. I know Sky's team's based on trying to get that Aurora Veil up, so there might be a bit of mind games here and there, trying to fake him out with trying to get Aurora Veil up or trying to do something else. But yeah.
Yeah, and for those tuning in now, Henry actually just finished second at the last tournament we had. So he's definitely in it to win it today, hopefully. If not, he walks away with 8 championship points. In Australia, 8 championship points is quite a lot. It's going rate these days. So that's big enough in its own sense. But we're about to kick off the first game. And yeah, about to find out how things go.
Let's get it rolling. We see the masks from the DLC coming out. Let's see if the other side has it too. No, just got it closed. Alright. Let's get it popping.
Yeah, it looks like that Henry has led the Fluttermane Landorus, and Sky has responded with their own Ogerpon and Landorus. So definitely 2 Landos on the field. Got some Intimidate pressure. I think Henry comes on top here because his Landorus intimidates that Ogerpon, which is very physically offensive.
Yeah, we see that going. So we're seeing Sky going for the Fluttermane here. Now Fluttermane is a big threat at the moment, but we'll see what happens with terrestrialization from Henry's side.
And that Ivy Cudgel definitely deals big damage to both the Landorus and the Fluttermane. But here we are, Henry is terrestrializing, getting the Terry Fairy out. He wants to get this game over and done with, trying to pick out some big knockouts.
Yeah, mate, definitely got choice specs on his side, and hopefully he doesn't get a flinch off here because that'll be very devastating.
And here we are, Sky does go for Rock Slide with their Landorus. No flinches, so U-turn out, getting a bit of field positioning, a bit of damage on the Ogerpon. Now we're about to find out whether that Fluttermane actually did flinch or not.
Yeah, let's see, Iron Hands comes in, a Moonblast, so single target here. I'm gonna guess it's gonna go straight into that, Ogerpon.
Into the Ogerpon, and it knocked out the Ogerpon. So Henry definitely in a commanding spot right now. He's up all 4 Pokemon, got a cheeky knockout, and now Sky is forced to bring in one of the last 2 Pokemon.
Yep, so the Heatran definitely comes in here. It may or may not be threatened by the Iron Hands at the moment, because I do believe the Iron Hands does have Fake Out on Henry's side. But Lando here, also in a good position against that. So, see what happens.
Yeah, it's also good to know that Sky's Heatran is running the Heavy Slam opposed to Flash Cannon, and against that Fluttermane, it's really good to deal against, but Henry does have access to that Fake Out, could potentially go for a Fake Out into the Heatran and then just Moonblast that Landorus slot. Here we are, Fluttermane staying in. If that Moonblasted the Landorus slot, this could be dangerous for that Iron Hands that just switched in.
Oh, and Henry predicting that Iron Hands coming in. Oh, 22 HP in the special attack.
This is not good for Sky. This is a bit dodgy. Yeah.
Oh, let's go. Oh, big damage though. Massive damage.
Yeah, look, I reckon here Sky might have to really adapt here. I mean, Henry could possibly predict the Fake Out coming out, might want to remove his own Fluttermane, potentially switch the Landorus back in. Could be a great opportunity for Sky to, capitalize on this, but we don't know what Henry's going to do. That's the big thing. He might just stay in, finish off the Iron Hands, and really switch the board game in his favour.
Yeah, and obviously the Fluttermane can't protect you because it is choice spec, so it's just limited to using the Moonblast at the moment. But it is the fastest thing on the field at the moment, so he might want to take out the Iron Hands and maybe just trade and get the Fluttermane out here. But let's see what happens.
Yeah, and look, as we predicted, it switches out his Fluttermane for the Landorus. I'm suspecting. No, it's the Ogerpon. So unlike Simon's one, Sky's one, this one is the Fire Ogerpon, and it's not the Water one, which means it does have a bit more offensive pressure, and that Mold Breaker definitely is able to hit that Heatran.
Yeah, and the Lando comes in, dropping an Intimidate on both sides of the field, which, got interest paying, when you invest in something, it might pay dividends later on down in the field, but, it gets the
Iron Hands. Filthy, because I'm sent active now, and it wasn't the Iron Hands trying to get off.
Just a
now,
mosquito
Sky turn the board in their favour. Yeah, I mean, the Landorus threatens the Ogerpon, threatens the Iron Hand. I mean, Henry might just Landorus in favour.
Yeah, it's very difficult now. The Iron Hands is pretty much disabled at the moment. Can't really do anything here. Looking to see if Sky was thinking about chucking a Terra on the Heatran, Terra Fairy. Maybe trying to avoid that Ogerpon. Does the Ogerpon have anything that can threaten the Heatran?
Well, yeah, the Ogerpon on Henry's side has that Ivy Cudgel, it has the Horn Leaf, Taunt and Sparky Shield, so 2 very offensive moves, and with that Mold Break though, hitting the Heatran big, because that'll bring it down to at least half damage.
The Iron Hand's obviously going back. You know, you kind of have to resort to using the Iron Hands for pressure, like fake out pressure and stuff. You know, you're not really getting any damage out there, are you?
No, definitely not. And he pulls back the Iron Hands. He's clearly not doing anything here. And yeah, Ogerpon just protecting. So this could just be free damage for Sky here.
Yeah. Free damage, free Rock Slide going in. You know, might take some HP, might take some chip off that Lando.
And it's good to know that Sky's Landers is Choice Scarf. So we could be seeing some big flinches here and there. And with this Heat Wave following up on that Landorus, it's going to deal huge damage. That Landorus is also Choice Scarf on Henry's side. It's no Assault Vest as well.
Yeah, and Sky's pretty much playing out of his mind. He's playing so well here at the moment. But it's not over yet. It's not over yet at all.
Definitely not over yet. And with another Rock Slide, that might just knock out the Landorus, deal enough chip damage to the Ogerpon. Obviously, if it doesn't knock out, Sky might just want to play protectively, defensively by using Protect. You know, really position yourself in a nice spot. But it looks like Sky is in a pretty good position right now. It all comes down to what Henry does.
Well, Heatran goes for the Protect here. Predicting maybe a stopping Tantrum or something coming from that side.
Here we are. The Rock Slide does pick up on Henry's Landorus. Massive knockout. The big question is, who does the Ivy Cudgel go into? And it chooses to go into the Heatran. It's a very good protect by Sky.
Very, very good protect by Sky. Now we've got the Flutter Mane coming back. It is still terrestrialized here at the moment, but you think it probably would be able to take out the Lando, but you see a heavy slam coming its way. So
yeah, definitely. And a heavy slam from that into that Flutter Mane would definitely knock it out. We might even just see a double up from Henry now, potentially Shadow Ball with the Choice Specs and the Ivy Cudgel. But this just means it all comes down to whether flinches happen with this Rock Slide or not.
Yeah, 100%. Now he's still got the Iron Hands in the back there. It might just want to bring that Iron's Hand in as a substitute to, you know, to go down to get another Intimidate off, maybe into the Ogerpon. Into the Ogerpon. So see what happens.
Yeah, definitely. And it may look a bit risky that Sky's making this switch out because of the potential double up, but even so, the Landorus comes back in, free of all Intimidate, and with the fake out into the Flutter Mane, Rock Slide will just do heaps of damage.
And the Ogerpon goes back. So this might be a nothing turn here at the moment.
Yeah, but here we are. Henry switches his Iron Hands back in and posts the Ogerpon. Moonblast comes out. It's not going into the Heatran, I'm pretty sure. It's just going into the Iron Hands, and it does.
Yep,
which
Iron
means
Hands goes down. Obviously 22 HP is not living that.
Yeah, and now that Heavy Slam should just be able to pick up a knockout with Heatran. It's quite a heavy lad.
Yeah, that's a massive KO.
Yeah.
On that
Now
side.
it looks like Henry's in a solid spot, but now that Sky can bring their own Landorus in, this might be tricky for the Iron Hand to deal damage, but it'll be at -1 attack.
Iron Hands being on fire is devastating, isn't it? And it's going to get another Intimidate on top.
Yeah, and now also with that Intimidate, it affects the Ogerpon, which means its own Ivy Cudgel won't be doing anything, and since its Terrestrialization's already used up, it's going to be very difficult to bring this game back for Henry.
Yeah, we'll see how Sky plays it here. You know, Henry might be maybe sussing out, you know, what he can do for next game, what you might be thinking about, but looks pretty dire here at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like Henry needs to kind of pull this back. I mean, that burn from earlier definitely set the game against him. But here we are, Sky going for the Terrestrialization, potentially eating up any Drain Punches, minimizing any super effective damage. Very important here.
However, I'd like to actually think how much an Ivy Cudgel will do on that Heatran. So if he wants to go for that spot, which he doesn't, and go straight for the Lando, it doesn't do much.
Not too much, but might be in range of another one, but Heat Wave picks it up. So that Iron Hands is on its own and has a Heatran and Landorus staring it down.
And Iron Hands is still on fire. That burn's not going away, unfortunately. So
no, it's not. And our Earth Power plus a double up, potentially Stomping Tantrum, yeah, might just be it.
And we see
and Henry does forfeit the first game.
Well done to Sky. He's playing absolutely amazing right now, and you know, Henry is one of the best players in Australia. So you know, getting the first win is definitely good for your confidence going into the second game now. So congratulate both players playing so well.
Yeah. So now going into this game too, Henry's really got to consider what can he do differently. He had a very strong start in the last game. Really went hard with it on the Terra Fairy. Now he needs to kind of bring this back and get things to Game 3 to make sure that he's still in this tournament. See if he can get his championship points from 8 to 16. He's got to double down.
Now, what do you do here? You know, you've got Ninetales there for all veil reasons, and you know, do you go back to the same kind of lead and the same Pokemon that you bring last game? Like,
yeah, no, you definitely need to think things through a bit more, especially with after seeing that first turn's Flutter Mane just dealing so much damage to the Iron Hands, the Moonblast. If I was Sky, I would definitely be considering what I could change up this game, because even the game 1 went in their favor, you still want to be very careful how you play the game 2, because pushing it to a game 3 might just become even trickier.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Like you can either go with the same set or you switch it up just to fake out your opponent. Like it's always a little bit of a mind game, because the leads, you know, are quite important at the end of the day. You know, you can lose or make a turn there. So
yeah, you definitely can. And it always comes down to the first turn, this sort of situation. But Henry is no common stranger to the Flutter Mane tournament. This lead, he's led this for like the past 2 weeks. Yeah, originality is key here, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it, because this might just be what he needs to clutch up against Sky.
100%. Now, Tornadus is one of those Pokemons. It'll just sit there for like the whole game. Even though it can be quite fragile, it can still take hits.
Yeah, definitely.
But it can just sit there.
And Henry's own Tornadus may not have the Covert Cloak. It has the Mental Herb, but it is Terra Ghost. So even if Iron Hands was led here, it'd still be tricky to play against.
Alright, Goober's going back.
Yeah, surprisingly, Henry does not opt to keep his Flutter Mane in. Gets the Lando in instead, so this could be risky if an Ivy Cudgel went into that slot, because it's a water move.
Yeah, if that Ivy Cudgel goes with that slot, oh, it's going to hurt.
Yeah, just a Rock Slide coming out, no Tailwind from Henry at all. And the Ivy Cudgel comes out into the Landorus.
Oh, you think it'll get it done 1 HP.
Doesn't knock out, and the Tornadus flinches. Henry's been hit by a brick. That is not good. That is very bad.
That's painful.
The Landorus has taken way too much damage, and his Tornadus couldn't even move. No Bleakwind Storm, no Tailwind.
I mean, it's done well to hang in there just to get that 1 HP, but you can still get some usage out of it.
Yeah, it isn't looking the best. I mean, Sky positioning themselves, getting the Iron Hands in, making a few adjustments. Rock Slide coming out, see if these flinches can come out. And it does. Flinches and Landorus plus Bleakwind Storm. It does come out. Very nice, very nice. That is very good damage.
Decent chip on both sides.
Yeah, and the Iron Hands speed drop, it's not too important. But now, Sky has the Iron Hands in such a good spot right now, because that Landorus is almost gone.
Now this is where you play the mind games, don't you? You've got the Lando on 1 HP, the fake out obviously takes it out. Do you or do you not switch in your Flutter Mane just for that free switch in?
Yeah, you could actually. Even, potentially predict the fake out coming out, or just let your Landorus go, see if it's actually worth it. But the Landorus does switch out. Henry preserving his Intimidate is very important against Sky's very offensive Pokemon.
Yeah, he's not taking any chances. Probably the Iron Hand was the best bet to bring into that.
Definitely not, yeah. And Tornadus playing it safe, maybe a Wild Charge fake out coming into the slot, keeping it very passive right now.
Pretty much, you see that the Iron Hand's pretty much coming in for free, because the Rock Slide won't do too much.
Yeah, you're right. It did come in for free. It's in a good spot now. The Landorus choice lock into Rock Slide, and Henry's in a nice position to start dishing out huge Drain Punches, potential Wild Charges, and Bleakwind Storms. So he's in a good spot right now.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. He's thinking about maybe switching up a little bit, and the Heatran's back. Coming in now.
The big question is, what does Henry do with that Iron Hand? Does he go fake out, predict the Drain Punch into that Landorus slot? It does go for fake out. Playing it safe isn't too bad, and just a Bleakwind Storm.
Alright, some decent trip. The Heatran just got it for free as well. So we can see a lot of Pokemon just coming in for free, having a good time.
Yeah, all the board positioning is really making sure that Sky and Henry have the right Pokemon at the right time. Because that Heatran now, it's got that Terra Fairy, it can eat up Iron Hands for breaking. That's done. But, I mean, didn't even know if that's the play here. Sky definitely wants to end this game 2 as is. In a very good spot right now. Find out how things go.
Yeah, very, very good spot. Now, let's see if the Iron Hands can take that heat wave and not get burnt. Because I think he's thinking about it. Yeah, he's done it.
Here we are. No one's switched out. Crash. Trend. Terra Fairy. Potentially predicting a Drain Punch.
Yeah, they still take some damage off Liquid Storm. But it might miss somebody. And the Heatran double miss.
Yeah, the Heatran. It's avoiding Storm. Burns. Drain Punch from Henry targeting the right
There you
spot.
go, Iron Hands throwing hands at each other now.
Yeah, and what the Sky do here with the Iron Hands? Just a Volt Switch. Nothing too spicy here. Getting a bit of field positioning. Recognizes the Iron Hands might not be able to do too much here. But whatever comes in, in a pretty good spot, I reckon.
It's a great spot. Now, what's your favourite Ogerpon, mate? What's your favourite Ogerpon?
My favorite is the Rock one.
Rock one?
I love the Rock. It's sturdy.
Yeah.
Too good. Don't
Sturdy.
even need a focus dash.
Defensive boost as well.
Yeah, the fire one's cool.
Yeah.
The water one's a bit iffy. That's why I'm keen to see what this water Ogerpon does.
I don't know if we have any the rock ones on today, you know?
No.
I don't think we do. I haven't seen it.
We haven't, yeah. No one's using the Rock Ogerpon. It's a bit sad.
Yeah.
I rate it highly.
Yeah.
Scared of Rock types.
Bring it to Brizzy.
Yeah. But here
On a
we are.
Sandstorm team or something. The Tailwind comes up from that side trying to get better field.
And Henry just going for the wild charge into the Ogerpon, dealing a bit of chip damage. But Sky, yeah, Leech Seeding. It's a move we haven't seen much of today from the Ogerpon, a bit more defensive. But yeah, just another Heat Wave. Knocks out the Tornadus, first knockout of the game, I believe. Very nice, very nice. But now the Iron Hands is getting seeded on. It's losing health, Ogerpon's gaining health. This puts Sky in a pretty commanding spot right now. Alright.
Yeah, this is a more reserved kind of tough game. You see a lot of switch ins, switch outs. You see the Flutter Mane now come in. It's in a good position, but the Tailwind is also up on that side, so it's always going to be faster, but it's got that double fast now, so we'll see.
Yeah, definitely. And it depends on whether Henry wants, Sky wants to protect and spike his shield to still like the Leech Seed, do a bit more damage, or just go for offense. It's very tricky here because the Heatran can hit the Flutter Mane and knock it out potentially. Well, that Flutter Mane definitely can hit massive amounts of damage with Terrestrializers and chooses to go for a Terra Moonblast into the Heatran.
Iron Hands comes out. Let's see who's coming in, the Lando.
Here we go, Landorus in. Maybe on low health, but Intimidate's going to help against the Ogerpon. Because now, that Terrestrialization is coming out from Henry, and it is going to be the Terra Fairy from the Flutter Mane.
There you go. There's going to be big damage coming out. Now, do you go for the Dazzling Gleam, or do you just single target?
I feel inclined to go for it. Yeah, the Moonblast. That Heatran is scary. If you can get a knockout, you're done. But no, he targets the Ogerpon.
Okay.
Yeah, that's massive. Because now it all comes down to whether this Heavy Slam actually knocks out the Flutter Mane. And it is -1. This is huge. Doesn't.
Ooh. Henry's Flutter Mane built to live a Heavy Slam from Heatran.
That is huge. Because now, that we know the Flutter Mane on Henry's side is Choice Specs, and we know the Landorus is Choice Scarf. That Fake Out is guaranteed to knock out one of Henry's Pokemon this turn.
This is insane. We've got 3 Pokemon with barely any HP left. We've got a Heatran with full HP, so...
Yeah, this is definitely a huge spot for Sky. All they have to do is predict the right spot for the Fake Out to go into, and it's set.
I've also just realised I'm wearing my lab coat backwards. Oh, mate. You can tell I don't dress myself.
Yeah. Sharply in Sydney. Alright. So here we are. Henry deciding to withdraw draw the flutter main, predicting the fake out possibly. Knows the flutter main is the win condition here, I reckon. Here we go. The Iron Hands. Oh, fake out the flutter main slot. Good read. And now Henry needs this rock slide. Does knock out the Iron Hands and doesn't flinch. And then the heat wave comes back. Does he burn it? He burns again.
Oh, the double burn. Henry just shakes his head in frustration. I mean, it is frustrating. Just
massive burn
left, right, and
from
center.
Sky. Doubling down on burns. You know, I think this is the third burn on the Iron Hands I've seen today. It's pretty gross.
Now,
But
remind the viewers, what's the percentage of a burn off a heat wave?
I think it's 10%, isn't it? Yeah. Look, I reckon Sky might buy a lotto ticket tonight. That's solid. Yeah. But here we are. Henry definitely in a spicy spot right now.
Iron Hands on 1 HP.
Yeah, 1 HP on the Iron Hands. Still has access to fake out from his own burnt Iron Hands. But that flutter main definitely needs to pick up the slack.
Heatran being the GOAT of the game so far, just sitting there and just dishing out damage and just it hasn't even been touched yet.
Yeah, and the Terra Fairy is such a good defensive typing that's working so well. But yeah, it's really tricky to see how much damage can be done to it at this stage in the game.
Dazzling Gleam comes
Just
out.
a Dazzling Gleam, nothing too big coming out. The big one here is what Sky has in the back to deal with both the Flutter Main and the Iron Hands if the Heat Train goes down.
Is that his last Pokemon?
The Heat Train, no, I think I might have one more left. I reckon there's a Landorus hiding somewhere. Or maybe not. Maybe there is. Maybe the game's taking forever. There's one more left. And it's the Scarf Landorus.
Scarf Lando.
So yeah, in reality, judging by Sky's team sheet, ooh, no Earthquake. But I think Rock Slide would just be enough, even if there's a 10% chance to miss.
Everyone pretty much is on 1 HP right now, and
Yeah, or even not, just playing it safe. Stomping Tantrums, picks up knockout, easy. And then the Earth Power will just clean up on the Iron Hands.
What a game. What a game.
So yeah, that makes Sky your top 8 winner for this game. And they'll be moving on to top 4 of this tournament. So yeah, massive congratulations to Henry for making it this far. Yeah, huge game.
Alright. Well done, well done. Did you want to have a quick chat with Sky, like on, on a stream? Yeah? Yeah. I'll just sit here and I'll bring him over, yeah. No worries, alright. Yeah, what a game. We're gonna have Sky just come in and have a few words with Liam here. Just have a conversation, talk about the game, talk about whatever you want, talk about life. You know, if Sky's willing, is Sky up for it? I'll try to go set it up, yeah.
And in other news from our other top 8 games, we've just confirmed that Ken has defeated Mitch Kendrick in top 8. So Ken will be moving on to top 4 as well. And also, what else is going on? I think the other top 8 games are almost done. I'm just waiting on, I believe, Daniel for someone else and the other Daniel for someone else. There's a lot of Daniels. They're spelt differently though. I think it's spelt with a J. Maybe I can't read. Alright. Yeah, we're just about to get Sky on stream, hopefully, for a cheeky interview. Yeah.
Let's make sure this is working.
Alright.
Yeah. Alright. Just double checking mics. Just don't mind the background noise and stuff, guys.
We're just still fixing up the stream a bit here and there.
Test.
Hopefully getting Sky on stream in a sec.
What I'll do is
Yeah.
Just take the foot out. Is that all? Good to see this.
I'm great at interviews. Alright. Welcome back to the stream. On today's special, we have Sky. Oh, wait, hold on. There, we have Sky. Alright. Yeah, this is my first interview. That's not a job interview. So, how do you rate your game?
It's a bit hard to hear you at the moment.
Is it?
Oh,
wait, yeah.
You've got one ear slightly
Yeah,
up.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah, no.
That's the way to go. Okay.
We've done a dodgy.
Yeah.
Alright, so you won 2-0.
Yeah.
You feeling confident?
I think so, yeah.
Legend has it you're going to clean up Brisbane Regionals this year as well.
Pardon?
Legend has it you're going to clean up Brisbane Regionals.
Well, that's the plan.
That is the plan, yeah. In terms of the actual game, you're a fan of Burning Iron Hands. Is that true?
Well, it's... I have a lot of chances to use Heat Wave against it, especially when I'm Terra Fairy, so it doesn't do much to me. Like, ideally, I get a nice clean game and win without it, but
it
certainly helps that I have a lot of opportunities to get that burn.
It does, yeah, and I reckon, you still position yourself really well. Your Ogre yeah, Water Ogre.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a bit weird, eh?
Yeah, my Ogre is a very weird set.
Yeah, everyone was bringing the fire one entering this tournament. What made you choose the water one?
Well, the original idea was water Ogre Pond with the water absorb and follow me seemed like a really... take off this side. Seemed like a really good partner for Nasty Plot Chi-Yu. And as you can see, Chi-Yu's not on the team anymore. But it kind of started from there, and it had a lot of changes after that.
Very nice, yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, we didn't get to see the Ninetales today, unfortunately.
Yeah, Ninetales has put in a lot of work throughout the rest of my sets, but in this matchup, although it is quite good into a lot of Henry's Pokemon, it's really difficult to bring, because if he brings the Tornadus, it shuts down my Ninetales so much, because Tailwind makes it so it no longer outspeeds the Ogerpon and the all these other things threaten it so much more. And then the Sunny Day makes it so I can't set up Aurora Veil. So
yeah, no, definitely. I reckon pretty much. You won, so that's good. You've gone from 8 championship points to 12 now. 12? Is it 12?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're going up in the food chain. That's always good news. Yeah. For those that are watching from home that aren't from Australia, I've told them 8 is a lot of championship points.
Pardon?
I've told them.
Yes. It's a huge amount.
It's massive. Yeah.
This many championship points haven't been earned from local tournaments in Sydney for 6 years.
Yeah. So all of you are living in the States. Yeah. We can afford the stream though.
Yeah.
Other than that, I think we got the most of the rundown of the team. Yeah, I think you played great, and we will be seeing you in top 4.
Thank you.
And hopefully the finals. All right. Until then, we'll wait till the next match is going, and that'll be our top 4 match. And tune in about 10-15 minutes. Get yourself a nice glass of water, some Cocoa Pops. I don't know what do people eat?
I don't know.
Broccoli.
I guess.
Just don't eat. Stay here.
Yeah.
Back in 15.
Yeah, I think you said one nice water, piece of broccoli.
What do you think of this set?
The leaf seed had I think the funniest thing.
Alright. Yeah, I've been rambling for the past 20 minutes. None of you happy about it. But yeah, no, now that we're back into things, you can hear my monotone voice. Yeah, what we're seeing is Ken versus Daniel. Ken's on the Rillaboom Roaring Moon side of the field, and then Daniel's got the Flamengo Dengo. So both players already terrestrialized, and now it's just a matter of, you know, getting a bit of field board positioning here. So yeah, see the knockoff from the Roaring Moon into the Flamengo, just finishing it off, and a U-turn to finish off the Goldango, get a bit more board positioning. Yeah, definitely puts Ken in a really strong position. Yeah. It's also a good thing to note that Ken is, well, he won the very first local tournament that we've had this year. So he's most needed to the top 5, especially top 4 here. But no, Daniel definitely on the top 5, and he may be on the receiving end right now, but he can definitely position himself to pull this game back.
Yeah, I love seeing the Dragonite out here too, man. One of the old school Pokemon that comes out that never really got the justice of the Dragonair evolution, but it's such a good Pokemon to have on the field, so fast. But also it can be quite bulky at times if it has the multi-scale.
Yeah, definitely. But it looks like Daniel is running the inner focus. I may have had him on the string before, but that doesn't stop him from dealing damage. He knocks out the Roaring Moon, which puts him yeah.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. Alright. I'll fix that up. And the bulk up goes up as well from the Annihilate side, so yeah, it's getting an extra little free boost there. Alright, let's see what happens here. It's got a free bulk up in its face. It's got a Rage Fist maybe.
And we also know that Daniel can't protect his own doesn't have to protect. So he comfortably can Storm. He might need a crit here. Yeah, the crit.
Crit might have been close to take.
Definitely. Last hit into the Rillaboom. Knocks it out. Here's the big one now, does the rage pick up the knockout on the taunt.
Grass disappears because of the ice spinner.
It's only been hit once, but it's got a bulk up, 100 damage, and it does knock out. So now it's huge here.
Everyone's just trading.
Yeah. Does the Dragonite have enough in it to knock out the Annihilate?
Might get a protect here.
Yep, just going for Protect, doing nothing too dangerous right now. Unfortunately, Daniel's already used these Terasterizations, so no Terra Blast into it, but he goes for Haze.
Goes for a Haze. Okay.
Yeah, he's got Haze on Dragonite. Oh wait, when did that happen?
Wow.
Yeah, so he predicted that Protect, which means there's a good chance that Ice Spinner might just pick up afterwards. Yeah, that was huge. Rage Fist is coming out now. Here's the Ice Spinner. Into the Annihilate.
Doesn't get enough.
Not enough. Rage Fist might just pick up 150 damage. Nah, it does pick up.
Boom, boom.
Whoa.
Right, well played on both sides, but that Haze is so interesting.
Yeah, the Haze. Yeah, wouldn't never guess that from a Dragonite.
I mean, I guess with the 2/2/2s like the Dozos and stuff, you kind of have to have something just in case.
Yeah, the Dozos are shivering right now. That is not good.
Wow.
Well, not good for his opponents. But you know what?
Good
Very
game,
close
guys.
game.
That was a good game.
Definitely going.
Well played, well played.
Definitely going to the game 2 now. Yeah, it's really important Daniel's able to adapt to this. Yeah, we had like a good 20-minute spiel on Daniel and Ken beforehand before we muted, but it's perfectly fine because this game 2 is pretty crucial for Daniel to bring it back.
You cut off a little bit because of the connection. Just come sit maybe a bit closer. Yeah, there is like fine.
Yeah. Alright.
I'm just testing the mic to see how it goes, but I'm just
audio.
trying to figure that thing
It's a bit
out.
dodgy.
I'm just talking randomly now,
We
but
Australians measure in meters.
got my
We
boy
don't know
Andy
how many
Tran
meters is too far.
being on the music engineering side of things. Got a beautiful turnout here in Sydney today. It's been amazing.
I'm being stared at.
A lot of new,
By the
new
crowd.
faces, a lot of old faces come through. Seeing how we do.
Alright. Game 2 now.
But
Kendrick
I don't know
locked
if
in
my
his
mics
moves.
are carking it.
Just
so.
waiting on Daniel to lock in how he wants to play this. I think the Roaring Moon was very, very scary from the get-go. The Gold Dango was threatening, and the Annihilate did apply a bit of pressure at the end.
Alright,
Yeah,
so
it's definitely important how he wants to play this.
back in business.
because, yeah, bringing the Landorus is a bit of a pickle against that Melodic.
Now, you know what I'd love to see? I want to see the Clefairy come through.
The Melodic?
The Clefairy.
Clefairy, yeah. Yeah, having a look at his team, he's definitely got a fun amount of redirection with it. That could be a big one for him to bring. It's only that Gold Dango that's scaring it off.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a Pokemon that's just come back just for a little bit. Just for a little bit of good time. And they had an event as well out where the, I don't know, the random outbreaks of Clefairies dancing around in Mount Moon or something like that. But
Yeah, that would be really nice to see. And it might just be the thing he needs to adapt. But leads the same as before. Vladimir Gold Dango against that Gold Dango and Roaring Moon.
alright. It's nice seeing two Gold Dangos on the field there, and also Roaring Moon making an appearance, because we haven't seen Roaring Moon as of late as much.
Yeah, it's been a while. And it's one of those Pokemon that kind of died down. But it's back now because it gets access to knockoff. So
Yeah.
massive.
Yeah, that's a big boost.
Yeah,
To
but here
slap
we are.
everything off.
So Ken retreats his own Gold Dango, possibly scared of another Shadow Ball. The big question is what Daniel does with his Vladimir.
Yeah, we've got a Grassy Surge coming up, just so, you know, get a bit of health back, and also access to a free priority Grassy Ride. Glassy Ride? Glassy Ride?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
I know, yeah. Daniel terrestrializes, and his Gold Dango doesn't want to eat up a knockoff from it. Unfortunately, hits the Flutter Mane, and that Rillaboom is scary. It is terrifying right now. No Terastallization from Ken though, lost his Roaring Moon, This could be a single target make it rain, which would do immense damage. But no, just a Shadow Ball. Playing it safe, which isn't bad.
But also at the same time, has big damage.
Yeah,
on that
massive damage.
Side. Yeah, massive trades on either side. But
But now Grassy Glide's still a very scary thing. Can hit the Flutter Mane, can also hit the Rillaboom, the Goldengo.
exactly now, he's going to do. He's going to annihilate. Might want to terrestrialize here with a bulk up and maybe a grassy. I can't even speak, so I can't even say grassy glide.
Grassy Glide. Yeah.
Grassy ride. But you can go either side, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Which way would you prefer it to go though? Goldengos or?
I reckon if he hits the Flutter Mane, it might be a bit safer.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, he's retreating the Goldengo. He's scared of that Grassy Glide for sure. And the Dragonite does eat that up very well, especially since Ice Spinner can remove the grass from the field entirely.
There we go, we get Annihilate going into that water terror type now. Beautiful, beautiful Pokemon Annihilate. Such a good evolution from Primate.
Yeah, but you know what? Maybe that's a good reason for Daniel retreating his Goldengo, because he has Thunderbolt on his Goldengo, which deals with this water Annihilate. It's very good, yeah. And Shadow Ball just picks up that Rillaboom easily. So right now, I reckon Daniel's in a very good spot. He's up 4 Pokemon, and Ken is down 2.
Yeah, it's an uphill battle here right now, but look, it's not over yet. We've got a few strong Pokemon in the field. We've got Annihilate that's +1 in defense and attack. However, it does get threatened heavily by the Flutter Mane.
And that Dragonite just copied the stats from the Annihilate, because that Mirror Herb.
Oh!
So another, doubling down that switch out, predicting a potential bulk up, which is huge, because now, who knows what's going to happen.
Now, neither Pokemon has Protect. Now, does Flutter Mane on his side have Protect? No, so...
No, yeah. So that's a choice Specs Flutter Mane, I believe. So Shadow Ball out again, into Goldengo. Doesn't knock out, but if that Dragonite Ice Spinners it, that could be it.
Oh, that's big damage on Dragonite.
Yeah, the Make It Rain came out. Huge. And now the question is, does Ice Spinner come? No, it doesn't. Rage Fist. This might just knock out. It doesn't knock out. It's only 50 damage. It hasn't been hit yet. It's not boosted up. That's the big thing. And now
that Mirror Herb coming in clutch.
Yeah, with the bulk up too. That was huge. So basically, it's essentially a 3 versus 1 now. Yeah. The Annihilate can still pull through, but that Thunderbolt from the Goldengo is what's going to scare it off.
Tornadoes from the distant past.
Yeah, and here we are. Our Tornadoes hopefully able to deal a bit of chip damage, get some speed going for the Goldengo. That will be very big.
And look, we've got the Tornadoes can also you can go for the what do you call it, the Tailwind just to get that thing faster, but no.
Yeah, can definitely. Yeah, judging by the stats on the Goldengo, it's a bit slow for Daniel, so that Tailwind would be very important, especially if he starts launching off Thunderbolts and wants his own Goldengo to survive.
And don't forget, the Goldengo doesn't have Protect, so...
Yeah, so you can just get, Ken can just get free damage here if he doesn't play it right. He does. But here we are. Tailwind's up, Thunderbolt comes out, might not knock out. Ooh, brings it down so low. The question is, does Rage Fist come out? And how much does it do? Big Rage Fist. Only half, so it looks like that Daniel might have brought this one back.
Yeah, it's coming. I don't see Ken coming back from here, but yeah, I think he realises that as well and gets there.
And here we are, we're going to a Game 3 today.
Game 3, let's go. Well played on both sides, however.
Yeah, this is huge. This, basically comes down to this third game making the finals for today's local.
Love seeing a Game 3.
Alright, Game 3. Place your bets on who's winning. Well, I can't place bets. That's unethical. Yep, looks like everything's coming together. And we're about to start that round 3 off. So, clearly, Daniel knew what worked last time. He might just follow through with it. In fact, he had a very commanding spot. Ken, on the other hand, might need to consider how to set up his Annihilate properly. Maybe do what he did in the first game and really have that competitive advantage over Danijel.
Do you think we see any changes on either side for bringing different Pokemon in, or?
I reckon we might see the Melodic. I reckon that wouldn't be too bad here, but the Roaring Moon might just go for the first turn Terrestrialization so it doesn't get knocked out by that Dazzling Gleam. Here we are. Same lead as always from Danijel with the Gold Dengu Fluttermane. In fact, both of them have led the exact same. The big question is, what happens this time to make it different?
Now, there's a lot of good information on either side of the field, like how much damage is dealt by, you know, either side. Like you don't really want the Roaring Moon to go down that quickly, do you?
Yeah, no, definitely not. And one of the interesting things that Danijel can do is actually set up Trick Room with Fluttermane if he predicts a Tailwind. I mean, there's definitely a lot that can go on.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely some interesting tech.
Yeah. So, we're not sure how this will play out, but even if it does, get to Gold Dengu in a very strong position. That'll be very good.
Yeah, it seems like Ken's here to stay, so he's taken away that 4 times weakness from Fairy, so let's see what he's going to do.
Yeah, so both trainers are trash flying, same deal. Terra will go to Gold Dengu, Terra flying on the Roaring Moon. The question is now, what does the Fluttermane do? Knock off into Gold Dengu, ooh, and a crit, oh jeez. That is not good, that is bad. Dazzling Gleam comes out, not enough, and a Shadow Ball doubles into that slot.
Yeah, we'll see the Gold Dengu probably going down here.
Yeah, so it looks like that Ken has taken positive in this matchup. He's got the upper hand, Gold Dengu is gone, and he's up 4 Pokemon. That Fluttermane just didn't deal enough damage.
Yeah, pretty much first turn you get rid of the most offensive person, like Pokemon in the field, plus you get rid of the Terra, so...
Yeah, so this isn't the best right now, but this means that, you know, Danijel does have the chance to go for the Shadow Ball into the Gold Dengu, potentially knock it out. Yeah, this could be huge damage.
And we do see the Milotic in the back.
Yeah, we do just see the Milotic. Yeah, definitely. That is the switch up that I think will determine the game. Very specially defensive. Yeah, this will put a lot of pressure on.
And it's a shiny too, beautiful.
Oh. Here's Tailwind coming out, getting a bit of speed control. And just a Shadow Ball into that slot. Trying to knock it out. If it's... Oh, yep. Yep, hits it. And then a knock off into the Fluttermane, bringing it down to its dash. Yeah, Ken's in a pretty good spot, I reckon.
Beautiful spot. You can go for a Tailwind. Maybe his Milotic probably would be faster than his Fluttermane if you were to Tailwind here, because you think Fluttermane has a Trick Room, so it might be on a little bit of a slower side.
Yeah, another thing is, yeah, Shadow Ball Bleakman still might just be enough to knock out the Roaring Moon. Hit, and it is enough, but if a lot of speed drops, that competitive boost is scary. Oh, no, that's not what you want to see. That is very, very bad.
Whether Danijel was anticipating that competitive to go up, this is big for Ken, this is so big.
Yeah, this will make a massive difference. I mean, it's just a Skeleton Fluttermane, which is good, but that is still very scary to come across. Depends who the last Pokemon for Danijel is. Because the Gold Dengu is coming back out, and it is Dragonite, so this might be a bit tricky to go against. There's not much that can hit the Gold Dengu. Yeah.
There's not much that can hit Melodic at the moment as well, but Dragonite does have Haze.
Yeah, so it could lose the additional +2 from the drop from last turn. Question is, how does Danijel deal with that Gold Dengu being resistant to everything?
And I envision Melodic is going to be faster than Dragonite, so it might not be able to get the Haze off.
Yeah, it will be. And another speed drop, which means another competitive.
Not what you want.
Yeah. And the berry activates. This is most definitely not good for Danijel right now. And it's an Aguave berry, so a lot of health back. The Dragonite gets the boost unless it went for Terra
Special
Blast.
attack goes up, but look, special attack's not going to mean much to Dragonite here. Dragonite is
Yeah.
faster.
It is not enough damage. This could be it. Thunderbolt comes out. Gets
Could
the
get
pick
rid of
up
that,
on the Tornadus. Yeah. How does the Melodic respond? Scold.
Scald.
And does it burn? No burn.
That is not as much as damage as I thought.
Yeah, especially at +4. It is resisted. But yeah, Iceman just coming out. No crits, no knockouts. That Thunderbolt will most likely just clean up here. Oh, maybe not. Nah, the
Got
Skull
to double up, yeah. Too
Yeah.
strong for that poor Dragonite. Well done.
Yeah, very impressive game 3 from Danijel and Ken. Yeah, congratulations to Ken for moving on. I reckon he's trying to go for 2-time local winner.
Well done, fellas. Great game. That was very entertaining. Best out of 3. Went to 3
Best
games.
out of 3, yeah.
We can see Danijel yelling to Ken over there saying he better
Massive
win now.
congratulations.
I might get Ken over here for a few words.
Yeah.
Speak to Liam for a little bit.
We'll have a nice interview with Ken and see what went
And they
through
embrace
his,
in the celebration.
mind,
They give a big
about
hug
that
to each
game.
other.
Alright, give us a sec. Alright, sick. Alright.
Wait a sec.
See ya. That was a good game, I reckon. Yeah.
I faced Daniel from Sydney Regional once.
Oh.
Yes.
How did that
I
go?
lost him last and before that. I lost him that again.
Oh my god.
The same team. This one.
Same- that one.
Before, yeah, during the before the top cup. Yeah. And now you finally. The tricky thing is like he either have tailwind or tricky.
Yeah, he does. Alright. Oh, we're gonna head in.
Do I need to spread this on?
Yeah, it's like half an earphone off, I think.
Okay.
I think. Okay. Oh, the other side, yeah. Alright.
Alright.
For those of you that are still here with us on the stream, we've got Ken, the winner of our last game. And we'll just run through, yeah, basically what went down. So, yeah, Ken, how did you come to build this team? You got a Melodic on it. Interesting choice for a Pokemon.
Yeah, so I came up with this team like, you know, the regulation is there's a lot of choice graph landers, which is really annoying. So I come with some Defiant or competitive like Milotic and Nylef to take advantage of the Intimidate one. And yeah, I chose Roaring Moon at a Tailwind setter. This format I have a lot of tornadoes, but using a dark type Pokemon that have the Ponky stat like Roaring Moon is really safe to set up the Tailwind, even though it's really vulnerable against Flutterman. But
Yeah.
I have some cover for that such as Golden Go or Assault Vest Rillaboom. And Gyarados is my Intimidate user.
Yeah.
To lower the stat for any Ogerpon, Water, Fire, or Rock, and Landorus as well. And to lower the stat from Iron Hand and other physical stat attacker as well. Yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, your team looks like it's built very solid. The Roaring Moon, we did see it go down in game 2 from a Dazzling Gleam, but I think you pulled it back in the third game and ended up winning. Yeah, the Annihilate's also a very interesting option, I'd say.
Definitely.
Haven't seen that one for a while, but the Rillaboom's a good one too, I reckon. The Fake Out gives you good pressure, but your Roaring Moon with knockoff was definitely the biggest thing, I think. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it worked out very well in your sets. Feeling confident for your finals game?
Sorry.
Do you feel good for your finals game?
Mm,
You reckon?
nervous,
Nervous?
but excited.
Legend has it you won the very first tournament.
Actually, I won
You
the
did.
local one.
You did.
I won the first local here.
Yeah, yeah. So now you're about to win this one, I reckon. Final
Hopefully.
match, yeah, of the
Hopefully we
biggest
get-
tournament in Sydney we've had in a while. So yeah, I guess we wish you the best of luck for that. Yeah, we'll catch you in the finals.
Definitely.
Alright, catch you
Looking
then.
forward to the
Looking
finals.
forward. All right.
I was about to start with my feet last time I saw it. Was that
Oh,
You disagree?
I disagree.
I think the fact that you hate it means that I have something.
No, you've got nothing.
Tailwind and then max speed on the Lando and then Terra Rock, block fight everything.
Shocking.
The fact that you hate it means like it could do something.
Bad man. Alright. Let me.
Gravity.
Oh my gosh. Alright. Alright. Test. I don't know if this works. Hold on. If anyone's in the chat, can you hear me talk? Hello? No one? Maybe I'm quiet. Alright, let me try again. Alright. Yes, you can hear me. Alright, that's fantastic. Alright. Now that we're about to start, I'm Dave, VGC, once more, your commentator. And our finals game today is between Ken Luong and Daniel Walker. I think there were about, what, 48 plays today? Big numbers. Would like to reiterate once more, we have exceeded Perth Regionals in 2019, I believe. Yeah, one of the regionals was crap. They had like 43 players. It was shocking. Yeah, but yeah, both players in the finals. Had to go through a few cheeky games with very spicy people to get here. Give you a refresher, Ken was on last stream. He had Gorilla Boom, Melodic, Annihilate, Roaring Moon, Goldengo, and Gyarados. Whereas Daniel, well, Daniel hasn't been on stream yet. Yeah, he's been dicking and ghosting me. It's a bit unacceptable, really. Might have to pull on about this later. But he's got the Ogerpon, the Landorus, Tornadus, Fluttermane, Chi-Yu, and Scizor. So I can't confirm or deny this, but Daniel's just built his team spot today. In fact, was it last night? He's built it recently. It's all legally bred. Yeah, I saw him. Yeah, do it himself. I didn't actually see him. What would you say he did? Yeah, hoping this is a good game. Ken, you know, has that Melodic. Definitely a unique Pokemon. But Daniel, he's got that Scizor, which he does enjoys. In fact, he brought it to Sydney Regionals this year. Yeah, and he's using that new Ogerpon as well.
Alright mate, what do you see here mate? Alright Liam, what can you tell me here mate?
Well, I can tell you Daniel's got some spicy Pokemon, especially the Scizor. But he's also running a lot of choice item Pokemon here. You know, Choice Scarf Chi-Yu, Choice Band Landorus. He's just going for pure damage here. And it's worked well for him so far. He's in the finals. So here we go. Daniel's decided to leave the old Fluttermane Chi-Yu. Whereas Ken, sticking with his standard Roaring Moon Goldengo. Doesn't want to change the recipe too much. You can already see he can get some big damage out on the spot. Yeah.
Yeah, mate, we've got the photosynthesis being activated now, and we're just going to have the first turn of the game. So we've got Roaring Moon Goldengo on Ken's side. No, on Daniel's side. No, Ken's side. Well,
yeah. Yeah, Ken does have a Roaring Moon. He's got the speed boost on it too. And yeah, boost range activated. That acrobatics is going to be hitting the big bad brick.
Thinking real hard whether he wants to terrestrialize and get that acrobatics off, or maybe even protect. Now, knowing from the last game that Ken had, he didn't really like having that Roaring Moon go down so early to Dazzling Gleam, so you might want to preserve it a little bit.
Yeah, definitely, and it's also a good thing to know that on Ken's team over here, what does he have? Well, not Ken's team, Daniel's team, his Fluttermane is that boost energy to with Shadow Ball, and has access to Calm Mind, so it's going extra spicy, deal some big damage. But yeah, just the terrestrialization from the Roaring Moon. Get the Terra flying up and running, make sure he's not getting hit by Dazzling Gleam. Guess what? He eats it up.
does super big damage without an item in it. He's unable to get rid of that flutter
Yeah,
mate.
just misses the knockout, but that heat wave, yeah, knocked out the Gordengu easily. Is that it? It's a choice scarf, and it's still knocked out. Yeah, huge damage. That Beads of Ruin's too good. But now that Rillaboom comes in freely here, but might be the slightest bit scared of that Chi-Yu. It's also good to know that despite the Roaring Moon getting the speed boost, that Flutter Mane's booster energy speed boosts itself up as well, so that Dazzling Gleam will just knock out at this stage. Yeah, really crucial, that Grassy Glide, which may be threatening it. So, I guess
And I'm going to
Daniel's
sub
got
out
to
the Henry
think
to
about
jump
this
on
one.
top now.
See if he can spice it up, make a few changes.
I'll get you on second. Second game? But after... Okay.
Alright, well, looks like we're back into things. Fake out going off into that Chi, doesn't want to eat up Heat Wave, and yeah, Ken just playing safe, going for a Tailwind.
She's unable to move due to that fake out, but does get a little bit of HP back.
Yeah, so basically, I reckon Ken, look, he was in a bit of a dodgy spot at the start. He might have been scared of that Grassy Glide. Not Ken, Daniel, but that Intimidate on the Rillaboom and Roaring Moon definitely puts a bit of pressure on Ken, especially since that Annihilate in the back with Defiant doesn't get affected by that Intimidate anymore.
As these trainers are looking at each other, now the moves go, so we've got the Protect coming out from Roaring Moon, just to be on the safe side.
And that Heat Wave going off, ooh, that's looking like it's going to do a bit of damage to the Rillaboom.
I don't think Rillaboom's going to survive this.
Oh, it does survive. And it doesn't burn. Not too shabby, not too shabby. Big question is, what does that Landorus do? Well, here it is. Just the U-turn into the Annihilate. Nothing too dangerous, but it does add to that Rage Fist. Now that Rage Fist has gone up to 100 damage, which can be a bit scary, but might not be the worst case scenario right now.
Pretty much a free switch and plus a bonus with that getting hit once, so without taking too much damage, so it's definitely in a good position there, sitting there pretty.
Yeah, definitely. And I think with Ken right now in the Tailwind and able to sit in front of that Chi with super effective fighting damage, that Rage Fist threatening it, he might be in a very good upper hand position right now.
You see the Ogerpon come in with the Wellspring Mask on.
Yeah, and it's a Water Ogerpon too. I was only seen one of those today, but clearly it's working out. So that Ogerpon in a bit of a weird spot, scared of the acrobatics perhaps, but I reckon it's in a solid spot to start dealing damage to that Annihilate, which if left for too long, will just start sweeping.
Alright, we'll see if Gen might take benefit of not getting hit, maybe a free bulk up here. Because he might envision the Spiky Shield might come out.
Yeah, definitely, and I think if Ken is able to knock out that Chi-Yu and get a bulk up going, he'll be in a really good position offensively and defensively, since that Chi-Yu is the main threat right now to his team, especially with that Beads of Ruin. Yep, just a knockoff from the Roaring Moon, getting rid of any Scarf that doesn't want to outspeed him, and we might just see a regular off the bat Heat Wave here into both Pokemon. Yeah, it does knock out the Roaring Moon.
Now this would be very upsetting if we see a burn here.
Yeah, I don't think we do get the burn. No, I don't think we do. But big plot twist here is that since Chi-Yu has been knocked off and has lost his Choice Scarf, start using Dark Pulse, Snarls, and even that Overheat, which at single target might be enough to knock out the Annihilate.
Do see the Rillaboom here that does have fake out pressure on either side, so...
It does, yeah. So this could definitely be a big thing here. The real question is, does the Ogre have enough juice left in its tank to knock out that Rillaboom with either Woodhammer or Ivy Cudgel?
Now we know that Chi Yu can't protect, and we know that Ogerpon can't protect anymore, so someone's getting hit.
Someone is getting hit, and that Rage Fist, a +1, that hits. It's hard. And it looks like both trainers taking their time to pick their moves. Very crucial point, because it ultimately comes down to this turn, I reckon.
But Chi Yu goes to Ghost.
Chi doesn't become a Ghost type yet. It's evading that fake out that may potentially come out. Can read that and Grassy Glide it. That's the big thing. Doesn't Grassy Glide get to the Ogre, but does the Rage Fist come out?
Oh, we see the Rage Fist go straight into Chi Yu. What a call by Ken. Unbelievable.
And it hits Chi, and yeah, it's gone. That's huge. That is really huge. Now, yeah, Ken, it takes away the Terastallization from Daniel's side, and is still up a Pokemon that Annihilate, and it's at +1 in attack and defense.
That was a big call by Ken, because, I mean, I guess Daniel might have predicted the fake out going that side, maybe a Drain Punch, so, you know, not a bad Terror.
Yeah, but Ken does run out of Tailwind. Grassy terrain is on the field, so that Grassy Glide is still definitely threatening that Flutter Mane, which is not the best that Landorus comes out here. Interesting thing here is that the Defiant may come out, and it does.
Now this Annihilate is going to look extra scary now.
Yeah, that Annihilate, I reckon it's at +2 right now. +2 attack, +1 defense.
+3, I think, because it got the bulk cover.
Yeah, this isn't good for. Well, I reckon it's not good for Daniel right now. But his win condition may still be that Flutter Mane in the back, because if he gets rid of the Rillaboom, I reckon Flutter Mane might just clean up the Annihilate. Here we are, Grassy Glide comes out. Not dealing too much damage. The Ogrepon's Woodhammer does come out. Massive damage into that Annihilate. Jeez. That's huge. Boy. And then a Stomping Tanky doubling the Annihilate. It's not even the Rillaboom here. This is huge, yeah. That Annihilate taken down in one turn. I mean, it might just be easy pickings from here on out. Ogerpon might, there's no more grassy terrain, which means the Flutter Mane is safe in the back, and that may be a Scarf Lock to Landorus, but still, Stomping Tantrum doing heaps of damage. But yeah, no, we do see the game forfeit from Ken, conceding this game, perhaps thinking about his game 2, and hopefully being able to bring it back to a game 3.
Yeah, they both played super well though. Good reads on either side, to be honest. Yeah. Very, very competitive, very well contested. We'll see what Ken can do to make some adjustments to his team and see if he can get the second game to get onto game 3.
Yeah, we definitely saw in that first game that Chi Yu was doing heaps of damage. The Heat Wave, I mean the Choice Scarf just showed how strong it was, especially with that first turn Heat Wave knockout on the Goldengo. Definitely wouldn't have expected that. The other big thing here is that, well, pretty sure Daniel still has access to that Scissor in the back, which he hasn't shown, and that Scissor definitely has a lot of spice on it that can work against Ken's team real well. So, big thing is, what does Daniel bring this time?
You reckon you see the Melodic again by any chance?
I reckon we might see the Melodic. I think the Melodic does really well against everything except that Ogreponn.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. If he manages to find a way to defeat the Ogreponn, take it out of the field, I reckon he'll be in a good spot. Especially because that Landorus activates the competitive on the
Or if he switches into an Icy Wind from Tornadus. No, does he have Icy Wind? I don't think he does.
He...
He's got Leer though.
Yeah. Definitely interested with how this will go down. Yeah, Ken definitely realizes Chi Yu was a problem, and that the Ogreponn itself was a huge problem for the Annihilate. I mean, it may have been boosted up with that bulk up, but that wood hammer still brought it down to the low yellow range, which is shocking amounts of damage.
And here we go. Second game for the Sydney Locals Pokerfolk VGC. Got Ken versus Daniel.
Yeah, this could be the last game of the tournament unless Ken manages to clutch up here. So here we go. Daniel, Flutter main Chiyu, main rogue, don't fix it. And this is huge because Ken switched his leads up. He's brought the Gyarados out first and the Rillaboom.
Yeah, Rillaboom getting the Grassy Surge up, you know, gets that extra priority with the Grassy Glide. Also has fake out pressure here on the Chiyu.
Yeah, and that Gyarados, judging by the team spread, it isn't an offensive looking Gyarados, more of a status sort of Pokemon here. Yeah, so we don't know how things will go down here, but that Rillaboom is definitely in a bit of an interesting spot to deal damage to either Pokemon here, but it should be worried about that Chiyu.
Alright, Chiyu is being withdrew.
Yeah, unfortunately, Chiyu doesn't stay in. Landorus comes out to Intimidate, which is good here. The real big thing now is whether that Flutter main either protects, goes for damage, or, you know, might just set up a little bit of a calm mind, get this boost going.
Yep, see the first terrestrialization of the game, and we have the Rillaboom going to fire.
Yeah, so that Landorus loves the look of that. It's free. Rock Slide, Something Tantrum. I would be very worried. But Flutter main playing defensively, going for the protect, potential waterfall, or Thunder Wave in that direction.
So Rillaboom is not here to stay for too long, even though it did show its true colours. Now it's going to go back to Ken. And let's see what Ken wants to bring out after.
And look, Annihilate here, if he brought it in earlier, could have gotten that Defiant boost, but still in a very nice spot here where he can start setting up bulk ups for free if he chooses to.
Gyarados not really able to do much there because electric types aren't effective, or aren't. They're not effective, it's more like...
Yeah, not very effective, yeah. Yeah.
Doesn't affect at all.
Yeah, so the Gyarados, bit of a weird spot. Its Waterfall will still do good damage against the Landorus, but I think slowing down Daniel's side of the team is what Ken wants to do. Just, yeah. Here we are, Ken positioning again, getting the Rillaboom out, doesn't want to set up too freely in front of that Flutter main. But Daniel here, going through the neutralization. What are we seeing? Terra, Flutter main, going for the Fairy Terra. Ooh, this could be big.
That's interesting to see Flutter main have Calm Mind, but it does go for the Glade Dazzle.
Yeah.
Won't do too much to the Rillaboom, but almost half.
Yeah, almost half to the Gyarados. Crits the Gyarados, so that explains it. And it crits the Rillaboom, double crit. Oh, Mr. Walker's feeling lucky today. Rock Slide though misses the Rillaboom, but it hits the Gyarados, which is the crucial one. Is that a crit? Is that a crit? It's not a crit. But I think, oh, well actually, hold on. Daniel's running Choice Band Landorus. Well, that Rock Slide might have just, yeah, finished it off.
What are your maths on double crits?
Yeah, that's a bit shocking. I mean, Roaring Moon's back out, gets the speed boost, but Rillaboom's on the field, so has access to that fake out, which is massive.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's able to pressure the Flutter main, but the Flutter main does have Protect and might not want to take a free fake out. So
yeah, definitely not. And that Landorus is still free to go for Rock Slides if it chooses to. Just comes down to what Daniel plays at to kind of position himself to clean this game up. He's in such a leading position right now.
yeah, Daniel just thinking about what he really wants to do now because, yeah, he's thinking about a lot of things. I think thinking about maybe protecting the Flutter main, maybe bringing it back out, maybe, you know, going with the Lando, but Lando does come in.
Yeah, Lando retreating. You know, doesn't want to fake out and doubled into, but maybe Chi come in to help boost the Flutter main's Dazzling Gleam come down. That would be big. But no, just a safe protect. Nothing too risky.
Safe protect. That allows for Flutter main to. Oh, big tailwind.
Yeah. Can capitalize on that and going for U-turn as well. So yeah, that could have been free damage for Daniel, but playing it safe, scared of the fake out potential into the Flutter Mane, and then this Annihilate coming in will be huge. Big question is now, can that Roaring Moon do enough to knock out the Flutter Mane?
Exactly.
Because that Dazzling Gleam is going to do too much damage to both the Roaring Moon and the Annihilate, especially if the Beads of Ruin out.
Yeah, exactly. Or does it just protect and maybe save itself for another turn and give Annihilate maybe a free bulk up? We'll see what happens.
Yeah. I think the Annihilate would be in a good position right now if it weren't a bit threatened by that Flutter Mane. It's a very, very scary position. Here we go, Roaring Moon does protect. Everyone stayed in.
The Shadow Ball's
And
gonna
the
do
Shadow
big
Ball's
damage.
coming out, yeah. Daniel predicts that. Huge damage. And he doubles it.
Doubles into it.
Oh gosh. That is filthy. That is disgusting. Oh my.
Annihilate
He got the
just
read on that.
Jumped in and jumped out.
Yeah, that was nuts. Here we are, Rillaboom's back in. Gets access to that fake eight. It's not over for Ken. Ken can still pull through. Yes, he can. But it's going to come down to whether he's able to predict what happens here. Yeah, I think it's very important that Ken, at least, is able to try and knock out the Chi-Yu. I think that's the thing that's been threatening his entire game this match. Yeah, rightfully so. Goes for knock off, gets rid of the choice star. Yeah, and now if the Rillaboom doubles, that would be great, and it does.
It does double damage to the Chi-Yu. Should
That
not
is-
have a
yeah.
Chi-Yu here.
That is very good for Ken.
Right, great turn for Ken. Great turn.
Still able to pull it back, I reckon. Yeah, Landorus does come back in. The Intimidate drop makes it a bit dicier.
And this is the question, does he double into the Flutter?
Yeah, and does he even go for Rockstar? I mean, he could hypothetically just go for Earthquake here. Choice band damage, it's huge. I think Earthquake might be a bit risky though with his own Flutter Mane out, but Daniel's got such a good spot here that he can probably do anything he wants to.
Acrobatics over the Flutter Mane. Oh, and
Crits the Flutter Mane. That's not good. Dazzling Gleam does come out though. Crit wasn't enough.
Should take that one away.
Yeah, the Roaring Moon is gone. Big question is, what does the Landorus do? Woodhammer comes out. Yeah, I reckon that picks up the Flutter Mane.
Flutter Mane should go down.
Does indeed.
It all comes down to this turn, doesn't it?
Yeah, and now
Or the following.
that Landorus does go for Rock Slide or Earthquake. Stomping Tantrum even better. And that
Yeah,
Rillaboom
takes the
is
Rillaboom.
gone, yeah. Game over. That means congratulations Daniel
There we
Walker.
go, we've got a new champion down in Sydney.
Yeah,
Daniel
he's
Walker.
won.
Takes the trophy, takes the prize, takes the cash. Straight into getting 30 CP for the first
Yeah,
time.
congratulations
Well done.
Daniel Walker. Your first Premier Challenge winner in Sydney for over
2-0 win for
next
Daniel.
6 years.
Amazing,
Yeah.
amazing win for Daniel, and amazingly well played for Ken. I'll get Daniel up on
Very nice.
someone's calling me. I'll get Daniel up on comms to have a quick chat with Liam Gilbert, but yeah, after that it'll pretty much wrap it up and see how we go. But yeah, what do you think of that match?
I thought it was very good. I reckon it was a well deserved to win. But Daniel, yeah, definitely played really well and had such a strong team for this game.
Unreal. All right, get Daniel over here in a second just to have a quick chat, and then we're going to
We'll
do
get to
our
him.
ceremonial proceedings.
Yeah, Daniel, and it'd be very good to have him and give his thoughts on how things went. Yeah. Welcome.
Hello.
There's 21 people watching you right now.
21 old people?
Yeah, I know, I
I
know.
better make a fool of myself.
I reckon they're bots. But you know what? Alright, we're back, allegedly. I'm joined by the winner, Daniel Walker, who, cleaned up 2-0.
Yeah,
Very
I don't
nice,
know.
very nice. First question I have for the day is, when did you build your team?
Yesterday.
Yesterday?
I made a really good team about a week ago, and I got third on the ladder with it. And
Whoa.
it had like Galarian Zapdos and like Specs Flutter and stuff. But this was when the format just came out, and like everyone's been adapting, everyone's been running different stuff. I've run into like a bunch of Glamora and stuff. I was like, I don't know, I swear Australians love their Dondozo, so I was like, I can't afford to risk this. Everyone's going to bring Glamora Dondozo. They didn't,
And they didn't, yeah.
so
yeah.
I probably could have got away with bringing it, but
Ooh.
I'm glad I brought what I brought, because here we are, we got the trophy.
Yeah, we noticed the Sits back on the team. Haven't seen that since the old Sydney Regionals.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's
Yeah.
2 events in a row I've brought in the Sizzle.
Yeah, I know, right?
It actually put in a fair bit of work in the actual Swiss rounds.
Yeah, no, everyone's a big fan of the Scissor, I reckon.
I think it's super underrated. It's one of the few things that can actually take out Flutter, and everyone runs offensive Terra Flutter, so it's always going to be a threat no matter what. Like,
Yeah.
It's pretty rare to see non-Terra Fairy Flutter, I feel like.
Yeah,
It happens,
yeah, or a Terra Water or something.
Yeah,
But,
not only that, Sizzle now threatens Ogapon. I've got 90 speed on it, so you outspeed, max speed Ogapon as well, and you can U-turn for the kill in Tailwind. So that's
Oh,
why
no.
I've got 90 speed on it.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
I'll
it
keep
is.
that one,
I
actually.
got close combat because I just wanted more and more answers to King Gambit, because King Gambit is a ridiculous threat. I think it is one of the strongest Pokemon of all time. Like, it is.
Yeah, no, it's up there. Yeah, I rate it. You've also got the Lee on your Tornadus.
Yeah, the Leer was for Dondozo matchups, because Leer or Fake Tears, if you don't have Haze, it's another good way to get around it. Anything to like drop its stats instead. And with
Yeah.
like Haze GN power, I feel like that's just a wasted move slot to devote, because you never click Haze unless it's a Dondozo matchup.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I
that's about
click Leer a lot. Like, I clicked that a lot today.
It's clearly working out.
Yeah, there was a game where someone led, what they lead, Sinistra. I told you this story
Yeah.
already, but I'll tell the stream because it's funny. So they led Chien Pao Sinistra, and I went for Leer, predicting the Terra Water, and Terra Ghosted my Landorus and Earthquaked, and they Terra Watered and the banded Earthquake with Leer, one-shot the Sinistra from full. So that was probably my highlight of the day.
Yeah, that's very good. You've publicly shamed the bloke. Very nice, very nice. And you've chosen the Ogapon, the water one.
Yeah, I think initially I thought the fire one would be the best, but
I think everyone's saying that.
water one feels pretty damn strong. I
You-
don't know.
you reckon?
And if you got Rain Dance with it and stuff, like, it's crazy. Like, this is like a rain team in disguise.
Yeah,
know,
you
all
got
the
Rain
original-
Dance.
Now all the original rain teams had
Bloody Colo.
Sizzle back in the day.
They did, yeah.
Well, the thing is, I originally had this as like a devoted rain, like I had Polytoad and stuff, but then I changed to Chi-Yu and stuff, because I feel like devoted rain teams aren't as powerful as they used to be, because you just Rillaboom food if you have like no Chi-Yu or anything. And then I've got less answers to King Gambit. Like, yeah, I got close combat for it, but if it's that Swords Dance Black Glasses set and I don't have a resist, it's kind of doomed. I don't know.
Yeah.
You need multiple answers to King Gambit as well, so I changed. This used to be a Polytoad.
Used to
Not-
used to be a Polytoad.
Yeah, not that a few of the other things were different. This used to be an Arcanine,
Yeah.
what was it? Yeah, but the funny thing is, so I got Terra Ghost on my Landorus. So a lot of people, they'll lead Iron Hands Flutterman, and I'll lead Tornadus with the Covert Cloak and Terra Ghost Landorus, and then
Yeah.
I'll just Tailwind, Terra Ghost Earthquake and kill them both straight away.
Yeah,
So that's,
that works, eh?
yeah, and it leaves the guessing game for the Dragonite too. If you got, yeah, I had a matchup as well where I led Landorus Chi-Yu, and they're both Terra Ghosts, so they had to guess which one I was going to Terra Ghost. And he
Daddy.
sucker punched my Chi-Yu and I won because he guessed wrong. It was so good.
Well, very nice. I reckon. I mean, I did predict at the very start of the day you would clean up.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you said I would cut. You didn't say I'd
Yeah, I
clean up.
would cut, clean up. Close enough. You did
Yeah.
cut.
I didn't expect to win because I'm hungover today and I didn't sleep much. But I don't know. That's why I chose this team. Like because I was like tailwind, click attacks. Even if I lose, because in that second game there, I lost track and I forgot that he already sent out an Annihilate, and I thought he had Goldengo on the back. And then when he showed an Annihilate, I'm like, thank goodness, okay, I've got a good chance. But if he had Goldengo there, I just lost straight away. So I was just like,
Yeah,
thank goodness.
yeah, no, I reckon you still played insane. I reckon the team worked out well.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're up 30 championship points.
That is a good start.
Yeah, big money.
That actually is
yeah,
huge.
geez, oi.
Big money, you reckon?
Yeah.
It's going to pay for the parking fine. Like, I don't know if I parked in a good spot or not. We'll see.
Yeah, you better hope so.
Yeah.
Give him
I
some
think
store
it's
credit.
Good, but if not, then I'm covered. So.
Then you're covered.
I'll get just the trophy as profit and the money will go towards.
Yeah, drink a cheeky beverage out of the trophy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's got holes in it, otherwise I would.
Oh.
Holes all the way up.
Oh. All right. Well, other than that, I think we'll end it there. Wait for whatever happens. Get your cheeky trophy, prize pool, and then head on our way. Congratulations once more.
All right, thank
And,
you. It's good to have the Premier Challenges back. It's about time. It's been a few years. And
It has been a few years, yeah.
it's a crazy turnout. Like, this is so good to see.
50 people.
Yeah, so many people I haven't seen in years as well. It's just
Yeah.
been good.
Old age.
Yeah.
All right. Well, until then,
All right.
we'll catch you at the next event and enjoy your winnings.
All right, catch you later, 20 viewers, whoever's
20
watching this.
viewers, exactly. Yeah. Whoever's all you bots.
I guess I'll leave this with you so you can write it up on some website or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Liquipedia.
All right. All right. Have a good one. Oh wait, am I? I'm putting the headset on. Yeah, I'll just do a quick ceremony. Alright. Just have this there as well as the live stream. It's theirs, yeah. They have games. Yeah. Yeah, someone's taken my Switch. I've won money, but I've lost money overall. Someone. I would not be surprised. It's in the bag. Oh. I'm tired. You know I'm making pretty bad ones. Yeah. At a massive advantage. Yeah. Alright. I didn't expect you to do so quick. I was like, Alright guys, we're just going to wrap things up because we need to close shop, yeah? So we're just going to do a quick ceremony kind of thing for the top 4 people. First of all, I just want to say thanks for everyone for coming. I really appreciate all the new faces and all the returning faces. You know, tournament organising has been a new thing for me this year, so I'm meeting both of you for the first time. Turning down the voice there.
Turn the volume off. Sorry. But yeah, so we had 48 people here today, including the juniors and the junior and seniors. So they only had 3 rounds of splits, but today we had 6 rounds of splits with 45 people, 45 masters. Yeah, absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, guys, for coming. I didn't expect this many people to come, so I didn't have enough lanyards and all sorts of other gear that I couldn't get, but yeah, we'll definitely be prepared next time. Might have to hire a stadium or something. Yeah. But yeah, I'd just like to say thanks to the top 8 and also the top 4. We were just missed out, I think, with 3 people to get CP for top 16. But look, we can just encourage other people to come. Okay, so for the top 4, we have Sky. He gets 12 CP and $80 in his pocket, so and also a lot of experience for Brisbane. If you go to Brisbane,
That's the biggest thing.
yeah, 100%. Thank you so much. We were meant to have Danijel, but he left. So yeah, thanks, Daniel. Second place, I'd like to grab Ken. Congratulations. Thank you so much. And I'd like to get the champion, Mr. Daniel Walker. To carry the trophy if you want.
Okay. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's the winner's prize too, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes.
I like it.
Anything you want to say as part of your finals game? Anything you want to say moving forward?
I just want to thank you for running this because it's been years since we've had a PC. To go even further with prizes like this, you went over the top. You've delivered like a stream. You've delivered much more than we could ask. So we're all very grateful for that. Yeah.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. One thing that I did miss, Daniel does get 30 CP and $192. Ken gets 16 CP and 160 bucks. Yeah, I don't know, just make it even. But yeah, thanks everyone for coming. We're going to close off shop here because yeah, I want to keep John here. Yeah, sure. Judges.